If you would like to enjoy all my work ad-free, as well as exclusive Sleepy Cat stories and more perks, then please consider becoming a patron and supporting this channel at patreon.com/sleepycatmeditations. Thank you so much to each and every one of you who have already helped Sleepy Cat along the way. You make all of this possible. And now, I hope you enjoy tonight's creation. A warm welcome to this very festive Middle-earth sleep story. Tonight, you will spend a magical Christmas Eve in the heart of the Shire, a land of tranquil beauty, full of magic. Before we begin your adventure tonight, we will do a short breathing pattern known as 4-4-5. This is designed to help you slow down and quiet your mind after a long and busy day, preparing you for a good night's sleep. So, when you are ready, just exhale any remaining breath that you have. And as you feel the urge to breathe in, then inhale for 4. Hold it here for 4. And release for 5. Allow the body to become heavy and your mind to empty. So that's in for 4. Hold for 4. And breathe out for 5. Imagine that you are blowing away any remaining worries or thoughts. Again, that's in for 4. Hold for 4. And breathe out for 5. Just let all of it go. Continue to breathe in this way in your own time, and as you let go of the day, allow yourself to sink deeper and deeper into comfort. And now, allow your breath to return to a natural rhythm and feel a new heaviness running through your body as you sink into the mattress. Allow your thoughts to fade now and for your imagination to come alive as we spend a magical Christmas Eve in the Shire. you find yourself travelling by horse and cart through a beautiful flat countryside, topped with a fresh layer of snow. The morning blizzard has finally settled, the sky is clear, and you are left with an untouched white haven all around you, as far as the eye can see. Thick trees pepper the land and gently wave in the wind. Their bare branches are dusted with snow. A handful of robins and blackbirds dart across the winter sky. You are accompanied by a tall, proud wizard, known back home as the Grey Pilgrim, and a very dear friend of yours. He has a stoic posture, but a warmth and kindness radiates from his gentle heart, giving him a subtle, magical glow. He wears a long grey cloak and a wide-brimmed pointy hat that casts a shadow over his eyes. Below the shadow falls a thick beard traced with silver and white. A wisp of smoke rises from the long pipe tucked firmly in the wizard's mouth. Nestled under his arm is a crooked wooden staff with small branches creating a tulip shape at the top. As you ride, the wizard mutters a low spell under his breath. In the next moment, the snow covering the track road begins to part effortlessly, providing you with a smooth and comfortable passage across the vast white landscape. The sky is marbled with turquoise and sapphire, backed by the golden light of the late afternoon sun, and a refreshing winter breeze is brushing your cheeks. You are wrapped in a thick fleece jacket and a woolly hat with warm snow boots that come up to your knees. All of your clothes are lined with enchanted wool from the sheep of the Shire, and they give off a pulsing heat that echoes throughout your body. Your thoughts turn now to the rolling hills of the Shire, and you picture all the tiny little houses peppered through the hills and along the river, no doubt already decorated for Christmas. You imagine yourself back inside the local tavern, enjoying a wonderful feast and sitting by a warm fire, surrounded by laughter and friendship. Not a care in the world, and all the comforts of home. Then you suddenly remember that the wizard is famous in this land for his enchanting fireworks, and while his eyes are fixed on the road ahead, you turn and peek under the thick blanket covering the cart. A wave of excitement runs through you as you glimpse an endless array of colourful, magical fireworks ready for tonight. Your journey takes you through a small woodland grove packed with thin, gangly trees. As you enter the wood, a canopy of branches forms above you. A winding track road guides your way through the trees and is bordered by rich green grass, dotted with odd patches of snow that has sieved its way through the canopy. Lining the road are colourful flowers curled up tight, shielding themselves from the winter breeze. a dusting of frost on their petals. Huge icicles droop down from the bare branches of the trees, and to your left a small stream has completely frozen over, creating a wonderful swirling pattern on the surface. Different shades of blue are mingling together, with jagged silver rocks protruding from the ice. It is quiet and peaceful here. Even the bird song of the countryside has faded now behind the dense cover of the grove. Usually, in spring, summer, and autumn, this woodland is filled with many beautiful animals, peacefully coexisting in this mini paradise. But all have migrated now, or are hibernating for the winter, resting in comfort with their families. The empty woodland appears to enjoy this quiet respite while it lasts. As you travel side by side with the wizard, you are filled with a deep comfort and a quiet reassurance. You can allow yourself to completely relax and let go, knowing that you are protected under his watchful eye. You turn to him, admitting that you are glad he is with you today. The kind old wizard lifts the brim of his hat, and his soft blue eyes give a radiant glow as his beard twitches with a smile. He puts his arm around you and whispers that there is nowhere else he would rather spend his Christmas. In the next moment, you emerge through the end of the grove, and you are met by a small bridge arched in cream-colored stone over the frozen river below. Beyond the bridge, in the distance, you see the rolling white hills of the Shire. Here is a land of eternal beauty, untouched by the outside world. A land of hope and friendship, of laughter and love, of warm food and a comfortable life. It is the most wonderful place in the world, and it is your home. Perfect white hilltops sweep the horizon, coupled with a silver glitter reflecting the low sun. Underneath the hills are little wooden cottages, each with a perfectly round door in different colours and 2 porthole windows on either side, all illuminated by a soft yellow light from within. Poking through the snow are small brick chimneys, all puffing away in their own steady rhythm and covering the village with an enchanted silver haze. As you make your way over the bridge and through the borders of your village, you see Christmas trees in each garden, decorated with homemade trinkets, baubles, and fairy lights. There is a holly wreath on every door, and the houses are lined with yellow lights along their fence, giving their gardens a soft golden glow. One or 2 halflings tend to their gardens, shoveling snow and hanging up final decorations. As you ride by, they tip their hats to you, wishing you a wonderful day and a Merry Christmas Eve. With a slow, deep breath, you take in every little detail of this beautiful village. You are finally back, right where you belong. The wizard turns the cart to the right now, down a thin gravel track. And just down the road, you can see your front garden peeping out, backed by your very own little house under the hill. The familiar old apple tree rests in one corner, its now bare branches dusted with frost. As you get closer, you notice that the local halflings have planted your very own Christmas tree, decorated with baubles, candy canes, and festive toys, all wrapped up in golden fairy lights. The perfectly round door is painted in your favorite color and topped with a holly wreath over the brass handle in the middle. And then, perched on your fence, you spot a baby red squirrel looking at you with their innocent eyes, an impatient wiggle in their tail. As the cart rolls past your garden, the squirrel leaps onto the side of it and climbs up along the wooden panels. They clamber over your shoulder and curl up in your lap. You greet them with a gentle stroke on their head, and they sniff your hand affectionately. With a happy heart, you remember your first encounter with this fluffy animal. One morning, before your journey with the wizard to the hidden elven valley, you rescued this creature from the apple tree in your garden when they slipped and nearly fell. After feeding them from your hand and welcoming them to your home, they quickly became a permanent resident in your garden. And now, whenever you return from an adventure, your little friend is waiting, ready to welcome you home. The wizard leads you on through the rolling hills, backed by the now setting sun. A golden red shimmer reflects on the snow, bathing this land in a heavenly light. As you round a corner, you see halfling children sledging down a long, sweeping hillside, all laughing together as their different coloured bobble hats flap in the wind. A few of the children are building a snowman on top of the hill. You watch them twist a carrot into place before stepping back to reveal a very happy snowman, wrapped up in a red and green scarf and enjoying the blissful innocence that surrounds him as he overlooks the golden white hills. Then the halfling children spot the wizard, and they run down the hill giggling with excitement. Their little legs follow your cart, desperately trying to keep up as they shout at the top of their voices, begging for some magical fireworks. With a smile, you turn and give the wizard a nudge with your elbow, but his face is stern and his eyes are fixed forward. Just then, His lip begins to quiver, and his eyes brighten with mischief. Instantly, there is a burst of small firecrackers behind you in all the colors of the rainbow. The children give a cheer of approval as they jump up and down with glee, and the wizard gives you a subtle wink. There are huge Catherine wheels and sparklers of gold and silver erupting from the back of the cart. The magic of Christmas and the innocence of childhood is captured perfectly in this moment, and right now you cannot help but feel 7 years old again. Your journey takes you down a shallow hill now, towards the very heart of the village. It is not yet 5 o'clock, but night comes early at this time of year, and as the last light of the sun falls behind the horizon, the cart trundles over another stone bridge and into the main square at last. There are endless wooden market stalls lit by wonderful lights of red, gold, blue, and green, and the village square is busy with the hustle and bustle of many halflings. In the middle sits an enormous Christmas tree, a deep, dark emerald filled with golden red baubles, soft yellow lights, and handcrafted trinkets. Atop the tree sits a bright silver star, turning by itself and pulsing with a magical glitter. It is made from pure stardust, gathered by the elves, the wizard explains, and, as a token of friendship, was gifted to the little folk of this land. As the wizard brings the cart to a stop, you place your squirrel in the top pocket of your jacket, and they peep out over the top, sniffing the air inquisitively. You wander over to the wizard, who is tying up his horse, and he gives you a bright red apple. You approach the trusty steed and feed them from your hand, giving them a gentle scratch behind the ears. You thank them for bringing you home just in time for Christmas. In the next moment, the wizard places a hand on your shoulder, and you begin to wander together through the markets. The sky has darkened now into a deep, rich blue, and the marketplace twinkles with a trail of fairy lights, casting a protective glow above you. There are 2 long rows of wooden stalls, each with a curved roof topped with snow. The huts are filled with everything from handcrafted clothes, trinkets and toys, to homemade sweets, gingerbread and pastry, fresh hot chocolate and mulled wine coupled with orange or cinnamon. there is the sound of a halfling brass band just outside the market that only completes this wonderful festive atmosphere. As you meander through the busy markets, there are children running through the crowds, laughing and playing together. Many halflings are trading or selling their wares, and there is friendly bartering going on. Some of the little folk are buying last-minute gifts or indulging in a homemade sweet treat. One stall has a long trestle table outside with barrels of fresh beer at each end, the finest brew in the South Farthing. Already, a few of the older halflings are swaying happily at this table, sharing stories and enjoying the festive merriment. Suddenly, the smell of melted chocolate begins to wash over you as you approach a green and red market stall. It is decorated in golden lights with a large candy cane outside, and a gentle steam rises from its little wooden chimney. The tantalizing smell only tempts you further, and before you know it, you are inside the hut, standing directly over a huge pot of bubbling hot chocolate, as if by magic. You look suspiciously at the wizard, who only shrugs innocently before giving you a mischievous wink. The halfling shopkeeper gives you a knowing smile, and you watch with bated breath as she pours a thick, creamy hot chocolate into a small clay mug, a light steam rising from it. You take the warm mug in your hands, and the wizard pays the shopkeeper, ordering another for himself. As the hot chocolate touches your lips, a smooth, warming sensation begins to fill your mouth, softening your lips and your tongue. It trickles down your body, relaxing each and every muscle, and a soft, warm vibration begins to pulse through you. This enchanted drink is melting away any remaining thoughts and releasing all the tension from your body. You are relaxed, weightless, and free, as if you are floating just above the ground. A beautiful warmth rests in your stomach and spreads out down your legs all the way into your toes. A deep comfort runs through your arms, into your hands and your fingers. You savor these wonderful sensations and simply enjoy this magical festive drink. With the last mouthful of hot chocolate, you place your mug on the table with a deep, satisfied sigh. You give the halfling a smile and a bow, bidding them a Merry Christmas, before making your way out of the hut and back through the winter markets. You are met once again by the fresh December air that is wonderful to breathe in. The atmosphere all around you is utterly enchanting, and you are filled with a homely Christmas comfort. not too far ahead is a group of halfling children laughing and playing together. They are building a gingerbread house atop a low wooden table and piecing together the final bits. You recognize some of the faces from the mischievous group chasing your cart and enjoying the early fireworks. They greet you both with big smiles and beckon for you to come closer. One of the halfling children with thick, curly red hair has noticed your squirrel in your top pocket and stares with a wide-eyed wonder. You gently lift your companion from your pocket and ask the tiny child if they would like to hold the squirrel. You reassure them that they are very friendly. The child nods their head without a word, too excited to speak. In the next moment, your lovely squirrel snuggles up into their palm, apparently enjoying this extra attention. And as they sniff their hand, the child lets out a happy chuckle. Just then, you feel a tug on the bottom of your coat, and as you turn to look, you see the smallest of the halfling children gazing up at you with big, innocent eyes. They hold out a piece of gingerbread in their tiny hand and ask very politely if you'd like to put the door on their gingerbread house. It is the last piece. With a warm smile, you kneel down and tell them you'd be delighted to help. They respond by suddenly growing shy and pressing their chin into their chest, giving a sheepish smile. You gently take the final piece of gingerbread, and the little halfling pipes white icing along the edges. Then, in one careful movement, you slide the gingerbread door into place. As you remove your hand, the house stays intact, strong and proud. You give a sigh of relief as the crowd of children jump up and down with excitement. The wizard gives an approving nod, letting out a low chuckle. The red-haired halfling holds out their hands to you now, and your squirrel hops back into your palm. You place them back into your top pocket as the child thanks you with a beaming smile. You wish them all a very happy Christmas, and the halfling children wave goodbye for now as you and the wizard journey through to the end of the market, coming out on the other side. As you emerge from the crowd, two very mischievous halflings appear in front of you, as if out of thin air, a wide grin on their faces. You know these kind, warm-hearted halflings very well. Both are dear friends to you, but they do have a habit of finding themselves in a lot of mischief, and they have quite the reputation throughout the village. The wizard gives them a curious stare with a raise of his eyebrow, but underneath this serious demeanor, you sense a deep love for these two halflings. Then your wizard bursts into a smile and greets the pair with a warm hug. Your group shares a happy embrace, and a rich laughter fills the air. The wizard tells you it is time for him to prepare the firework display, so it is done before the Christmas feast. With a subtle wink, he tells you to be sensible now, and before you know it, he has disappeared back through the markets and towards the cart. Your two companions admit they have been waiting for your return, and with a cheeky smile, they add that they have something to show you. You follow behind your friends as they lead you through a small, crooked gate and out onto a snowy hilltop that slopes down into the party field. The field is peppered with gold and silver lanterns, like tiny fireflies below. Many halflings are mingling together in crowds, getting ready for the wizard's fireworks. To your right are 3 wooden sledges piled up on top of the hill. Your 2 halflings look to you with a smile, and you each take 1 sledge and perch at the top of the hill, a bubbling excitement in your stomach. You line up between your friends, and a quiet suspense fills the air. Together you count 3, 2, 1, and off you go. Gently now you begin to drift down the snowy hillside. It is a long, shallow hill, and you are gliding on the snow at a perfect pace. A new freedom is washing over you, and the cool breeze gently strokes your cheeks. You are in complete control, and you give yourself permission to just be in this moment as you allow all other thoughts to leave your mind. Your little companion rests in your pocket, sniffing the air and enjoying this wonderful ride with you. You share a wide smile with the halflings, and you each trace a hand along the snow as you drift effortlessly down the hill. The field below is full of the hustle and bustle of many halflings, laughing and playing games together. You can see your wizard rolling a wheelbarrow full of fireworks and putting the final touches on his display. There is the luminous glow of the firefly lanterns pulsing in gold and silver, rounded off with the enormous party tree guarding this sacred land. It is the perfect picture. One or two stars are beginning to show themselves, and the full moon beams down a silver spotlight, guiding your way in a gentle glitter. It feels so wonderful to be home at last and enjoying the Christmas magic of the Shire. As you reach the bottom of the hill, your sledge comes to a natural stop. You roll onto the soft snow, sharing an infectious laughter with your two halflings. You thank your friends for this adventure, and through the chuckles they whisper that this was only the beginning. They place a finger on their lips and beckon for you to follow. Under the cover of night, the three of you creep through the snow, round the back of the huge party tree. And there, resting on the trunk, is one of the wizard's fireworks. It is enormous and twisted in colours of blue and green. The halflings turn to you with mischief in their eyes, telling you how they slipped it from the cart earlier, and you know instantly what they have in mind. You are hesitant to disobey the wizard, but you cannot deny the excited temptation running through you. One of the halflings takes the firework out from under the tree, sticking it firmly in the ground. The other produces a match from their pocket and strikes it. Suddenly, you hear a branch snap behind you, and you turn in a flash. There stands the powerful silhouette of the wizard, towering over you. The moonlight reveals his bushy raised eyebrow and a disapproving stare. The two halflings stop in their tracks, blowing out the match and dropping the firework. You feel yourself freeze on the spot, a wave of nerves in your stomach. The wizard reveals he saw these two halflings pinch one of his fireworks the moment he arrived. It was to be expected, of course, but what to do with the three of you now, he mutters to himself as his stern eyes flick between you. To your disbelief, his face softens, and the wizard lets out a low laughter, telling you that if you were all so desperate to light one, you need only ask. You give a sigh of relief as the wizard takes you all into a warm embrace, proclaiming that all is forgiven in the spirit of Christmas. He even offers the three of you the chance to light the first firework, and you cannot help but wonder if he has been at the gaffer's home brew already. With a new excitement, you quickly make your way to the main field, dotted with gold and silver lights and packed with halflings. A collection of colourful fireworks wait in the ground, ready for the display to begin. The wizard places your borrowed firework front and centre, and you huddle around it with your two halfling companions. One of them strikes another match, and the three of you lock hands around it, agreeing to start the display together. The flame touches the fuse of the firework, and it lights with a golden fizz. You quickly step back and join the wizard at the front of the crowd as the burning fuse edges closer and closer. Suddenly, the flame disappears and the firework lets out a hiss, propelling into the sky. The firework soars up and up, deep into the black beyond. And just then, there is a beautiful eruption of colour. You feel a ripple of blue and green beaming across your face, and the firework spreads like a blossoming flower through the night. A new excitement runs through the crowd as the wizard steps forward, and with his wooden staff to hand, he begins to cast his magic over the rest of the fireworks. There are gold and silver streaks disappearing into the air, followed by a kaleidoscope of colour swirling together in the sky. One of the fireworks takes the shape of a huge red dragon soaring through the night and over the moon. It bellows out an orange flame above you, and you are blanketed with a beautiful warmth and a deep comfort. The dragon glides over the crowd and disappears beyond the snowy horizon before erupting into a dazzling display of colour. A rainbow of fireworks arches over the sky now, backed by a pulsing golden glow. Another firework fizzles into a glistening white horse, galloping down towards the ground and across the front of the field. There are little firework birds darting across the night, and an enchanted blue whale leaps over the party tree, crashing down in a wave of turquoise and sapphire. You cannot help but gaze in wonder at these majestic fireworks. You hold your squirrel in your hands now as their innocent eyes trace the colourful night, their steady breath rising and falling in the palm of your hand. You look over to the wizard in full control of this magical display, and to your halfling friends, both with their arms around you. There is nowhere else you would rather be tonight, and in this magical moment, nothing else matters. The wizard lights a small box of fireworks with his staff, and a wonderful collection of silver whiz poppers begin to pepper the air around you. The halfling children chase the whiz poppers across the field, desperately trying to catch one. Thin blue fireworks shoot up into the night, and they give a subdued pop, leaving behind a collection of glowing blue orbs, like little moons dancing across the night. It's as if you are floating ever so slightly above the ground, immersed in a kingdom of starlight. It is a breathtaking display, full of magic and wonder, and you feel so blessed to be one of the lucky few to witness it. This is a memory that will stay with you forever. As the display comes to an end, there is one final eruption of red, green, and gold. It falls like glitter over the crowd and is met by a thunderous applause. As the last few sparks slowly fade, a low murmur begins to run through the crowd. Rumors have spread that up in the local tavern, the Christmas feast is nearly ready. You feel your belly rumble, and with the wonderful memories of this display still flashing through your mind, you follow the group of hungry halflings back up the hill, ready for a festive banquet. An excited buzz fills the air, and you walk side by side with your wizard and your two halflings, reminiscing on a beautiful day so far, full of wonder, laughter, and all the magic of Christmas. You reach the top of the hill and follow the crowd through a rickety wooden gate and into the main square. The market stalls are empty now, but continue to glow with golden fairy lights. The round green door of the tavern rests underneath a snow-topped hillside, and the walls curve out towards you in a horseshoe. Porthole windows are peppered in perfect symmetry, and a large sign swings above the door with an emerald green dragon in the middle. You are filled with the desire to sit by a warm hearth, completely relaxed, enjoying good food, wonderful company, and all the comforts of home. At the entrance to the tavern, welcoming the guests, is a small grey-haired halfling, the most famous halfling of all, and a very old friend of yours. As soon as you lock eyes, you both give a warm smile and fall into a tight embrace, laughing with joy at seeing each other once again. The old halfling whispers in your ear that too long is the time spent apart from our friends. He turns to the wizard, congratulating him on the most excellent fireworks, never failing to disappoint. Truly, he adds, a night to remember. Then this old halfling pulls you to one side, telling you that tonight, after the great feast, you are invited to join him for a Christmas nightcap at his house under the hill, along with the wizard. Putting your arm around him, you gladly accept the invitation and guide him gently into the tavern. You are met with a wave of heat and the sound of a gurgling fire set in one corner of the tavern, underneath a stone fireplace. The smell of a cooking Christmas feast begins to drift out into the air. Many halflings are already huddling together at long trestle tables, laughing and sharing stories over a fresh local ale. The floor is made up of round clay tiles, providing a soft warmth under your feet. The dark oak beams are perfectly spaced apart, and many oil lanterns are dotted around the tavern, giving off a soft golden glow. The wooden bar to your left is backed by endless barrels of beer, each with their own small tap. A small crowd are laughing together and calling out for more ale as 3 or 4 halflings work away tirelessly, keeping up with the demand. you find a seat on a long trestle table in the middle of the tavern and sit between your two halfling companions. You set your squirrel on your shoulder, and their eyes dart around the tavern, hoping for a spot of dinner themselves. You join in with the bubbling conversations around the table, now full of many more halflings, most of whom you know or recognize. Stories and fables are passed around the group now. Your wizard and the old halfling recount tales of dragons, dwarves, and adventure. There is talk of fierce battles, great kings of old, and trolls turned to stone by the rising sun. With an ale firmly in hand, the old halfling recites elven poetry, describing beautiful gems of starlight as pure as the moon, forged in the very first age of this earth, and said to hold powers of untold magic. There is a golden aura radiating from this old halfling as all the focus of the tavern is fixed on him. He might be a little different from the other folk, but there is a deep love and respect for this famous character shared by all who dwell here. You feel blessed to call him your friend. In the next moment, the kitchen doors swing open and a parade of halflings emerge, carrying wooden trays over their shoulders. A beautiful blend of smells ripples through the air. Roasted chestnuts, home-cooked carrots and potatoes, braised red cabbage, fresh roasted garlic, pigs in blankets, hot gravy boats, and a Christmas goose as the centerpiece. A few halflings are going round each table, pouring drinks. There is ale or mulled wine for the older guests, and juice or hot chocolate for the little ones. Just then, a halfling chef walks over to your table, carrying a very tiny plate of freshly roasted chestnuts. The chef puts it down next to you, a festive treat for your furry companion. In one quick movement, your squirrel leaps down next to the plate and begins to devour their tiny Christmas feast. The entire table cannot help but chuckle at this lovely little animal, and you stroke their head now as they nibble away in bliss. When the final tray is put down, you are told at last to begin. You fill your plate with the wonderful food, choosing all of your favorite Christmas treats and topping it off with a rich, hot gravy. This is food for the heart and soul, and with every bite there is a warm and homely comfort filling your body. Your refreshing drink cleanses the palate and soothes your mind, quieting any remaining thoughts. As you gaze around the tavern, enjoying your feast, you feel completely at peace here and full of love for all these people around you. You are grateful for the wizard who is always there for you, guiding your way and comforting you in times of need. You are thankful for your furry companion who teaches you the value of unconditional love. And for your halfling friends, with whom you have so many magical memories, and who truly are the very heart of this land. You know with surety that no matter where life takes you, you can always come back to your home in the Shire and be reunited with all of your friends here and enjoy the peaceful tranquility of this enchanted land. As the feast comes to an end, you sit back full and satisfied, with a belly of hot, delicious food, and a little hint of tiredness begins to wash over you. You hope that it might be time to head back to the old halfling's house under the hill, but as you turn to speak with him, you notice he has climbed up onto the table, a full tankard of the gaffer's home brew held loosely in his hand. He begins to make a slightly slurred speech about the importance of community and friendship, and how happy he is to be in league with such excellent folk. He turns to you, giving a mischievous wink as he sways with a smile. You cannot help but laugh at this wonderful old halfling, a real treasure of this land. Your wizard stands up with a chuckle and puts his arm around the old halfling. He announces that the time has come for the lighting of the magic Christmas lanterns. A new excitement mingles around the tavern, and gradually, one by one, the crowd begins to filter out of the door and back out into the cool Christmas Eve. You pick up your squirrel, whose little round belly is protruding now. You place them back in your top pocket, and they fall asleep instantly. As you leave the tavern, two more halflings are standing at the door, handing out the lanterns. They are made from a thin, white fabric and have a small unlit candle at the bottom. You take a lantern and follow the troop up a long, winding pathway, led by the wizard and the old halfling. You walk side by side with your two halfling companions, marching together in a peaceful, satisfied silence. The wizard never mentioned these lanterns to you, and you wonder what magical surprise awaits you now. Above you, the glitter of the night pulses in a starlight dome, and the white orb of the moon beams down, illuminating the rolling landscape. As you reach the top of the hill, you can see right across the Shire. The many houses under the snow-capped hills are glowing with golden lights from their windows, and the colourful decorations pepper their gardens. You watch in amazement as the wizard casts a silent spell over the land, and every single light of the Shire goes out. And then your lantern lights by itself, giving off an enchanting pulse in your favourite colour. The wizard announces that these lanterns are an opportunity for you to send a Christmas wish to someone you love, and when the lantern disappears into the night, you will know that your wish has arrived. you allow your thoughts to drift to someone close to your heart and think of the wish that you would like to give them this Christmas. When everyone is ready, the crowd begins to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and together you let go of your lanterns. A rainbow of light ascends into the sky, and thoughts of that special someone fill your heart as you send off your wish and your love. The constellations are out in full force and are the perfect backdrop to the multicolored lanterns. Looking up at this majestic display, you suddenly have the feeling that everything will be okay. The light from the stars eases your mind, and you feel a sense of tranquility floating through your body. One by one, the lanterns across the sky begin to fade. Your eyes are fixed on your lantern as it slowly moves further and further away and towards the starlight. And now you watch with a full heart as your very own lantern dims before finally disappearing into the night. Your Christmas wish has arrived. As the last of the lanterns begin to fade, the lights of the Shire flick back on in perfect timing. There is a beautiful heaviness washing over you now, with a quiet fulfillment and peace. It has been a night to remember, one that will stay with you forever. And now your two halfling companions give a wide yawn, tired out from their day of mischief. They bid you a warm good night and reassure you that they will see you tomorrow for a Christmas walk through the Shire. They turn to the wizard and the old halfling and bid you all a very Merry Christmas before trotting off down the hill, humming a happy tune together. As a gentle snow begins to fall and the night air starts to cool, you think it might be time for a Christmas nightcap. You place your arm around the old halfling and walk side by side with the wizard as you make your way back across the hill and towards the loveliest house of them all. You take a moment to really appreciate the night sky, full of a magical starlight pulsing above you as the gentle snowflakes pepper your cheeks. One or two shooting stars pass overhead, and you cannot help but wonder if these might be more Christmas wishes on their way to loved ones around the world. And then, just as you round a corner and approach the top of another hill, you see a beautiful, homely hut waiting for you. The garden is lined with a brown wattle fence made of thin branches weaved together. A wooden gate sits in the middle, sealed with a metal latch. From the gate are a series of stone steps rising to the left and leading all the way up to a perfectly round emerald door with a brass doorknob in the exact middle. There is a soft glow coming from the 2 porthole windows on either side of the door. For one last time tonight, you turn and gaze out over the majestic hillsides, dotted with round doors and golden lights, enmeshed with a falling snow. There is the distant noise of halflings bidding each other a Merry Christmas and a warm good night, before the land finally falls into silence and the village enters a peaceful slumber. The old halfling opens the gate as you and the wizard follow behind now up the shallow stone steps, arriving at the front door. As the door swings open, a beautiful warmth envelops you, and you step inside the perfect little home. With the door firmly closed behind you, you take off your thick snow boots, your woolly hat, and your jacket, hanging them on a wooden coat rack in the corner. You gently remove your squirrel from your pocket and place them on a small coffee table, fast asleep. The old halfling produces a mini blanket and places it over your furry companion, keeping them cozy tonight. The rich crackle of the fire fills the air, and the wooden floor is toasty under your feet. The gentle ticking of an old clock rounds off this perfect atmosphere. The wizard lights 1 or 2 oil lanterns, and they give off a soft glow through the rustic living room, illuminating the dark oak beams arched above you. Outside the porthole windows, the snow falls thick and heavy, creating a pile on the window ledge. Meanwhile, the old halfling has disappeared into the next room, only to return a moment later holding 3 Christmas stockings with your names stitched across the top. Then, from his pocket, he pulls out a tiny stocking, no bigger than your palm, a gift for your lovely little squirrel. With a quiet excitement, you hook them over the mantelpiece, one by one. The halfling then pours you and your wizard a drink of your choice, and the 3 of you share a warm smile. You clink your tankards together and bid your friends a Merry Christmas. Then you slowly bring it to your lips and enjoy your first sip of this delicious Christmas drink. The wizard sits back in one of the 2 armchairs and takes from his bag a large leather-bound book with thick pages of old yellow parchment. and he flicks through in a comfortable silence. You wander over to the big, comfortable sofa, the sofa you have fallen asleep on many times. As you sit down, you feel all the weight leave your body. Your dear halfling sits next to you in a second armchair, twice the size of him, and his feet wiggle above the floor. With a satisfied sigh, he picks up a large red journal and begins to write, occasionally chuckling to himself as he ponders his own wonderful memories of tonight. You take the time now to just enjoy this peaceful atmosphere and to simply be. The sound of the halfling scribbling away, mingled with the presence of the wizard, the ticking of the clock, and the warmth of the fire is utterly enchanting. You take in this wonderful cottage with dark oak beams curved across the roof, the beautiful stone fireplace, and the magical snowfall just outside the window. With a smile now, you recount every little detail from today and reminisce on what has been a magical Christmas Eve, full of joy, laughter, and friendship. Your thoughts turn now to the lighting of the lanterns and to that special someone who you have sent a Christmas wish this year. You keep this person close to your heart tonight, knowing that they will always be with you, no matter what. Just then, the halfling stands up and rummages through a small chest. Finally, he pulls out a thick red blanket with white stitching along the edge. You know this blanket very well. It is of elven make and deeply enchanted. Many times when you have slept in this house before, the halfling has laid this blanket over you, and its magical enchantments have relaxed your body and melted away all of your worries. The old halfling passes the blanket to you and whispers that this is yours now. He knows how much you love it and would like you to keep it. An early Christmas present, he adds. This truly is a special gift, and not one given lightly. You bring the halfling into a warm hug and thank him for this wonderful present as the wizard watches on with a soft smile. You lie down on the sofa now and pull your warm blanket over you. Instantly, there is a warmth and heaviness filling your body. Your feet become soft and your ankles are loose. The muscles in your calves soften and relax. Your knees release, and a warm vibration runs into your thighs, melting away any tension in your legs. This warmth moves into your buttocks and softens your lower back as you feel yourself sink deeper and deeper into the sofa. a gentle heat trickles up and down your spine, relaxing each vertebra bit by bit. Your stomach becomes soft and your chest is open and free as you breathe slow and deep. Your arms hang heavy by your side and a soft vibration runs through them, all the way into your hands and your fingertips. The muscles in your shoulders let go of all tension, and a new warmth runs up into your neck, softening each muscle like butter melting. The muscles in your face are completely relaxed. Your jaw is loose, your lips are soft, and your eyes are heavy. Any remaining thoughts, worries, or concerns are falling away from you and fading out of sight. There is no need to think about anything at all. Your body can be heavy and your mind can be free. The wizard places a gentle hand on your forehead, reminding you that you are safe here and that he will watch over you tonight. You have so many adventures ahead of you, and tomorrow you will spend a magical Christmas day in the heart of the Shire. But for now, it is time to rest. You are safe, you are cozy, and you are completely at peace, tucked up in the beautiful home of your dear old halfling. It is time now to dream of beautiful things and to be filled with all the wonderful memories of the day as you give thanks for a magical Christmas Eve in the Shire. It is the morning of Christmas Eve, and you are lying in your bed in your house dorm. The soft sunrise is shimmering through your bed curtains, which are the colours of your wizarding house. The fireplace is still glowing from last night and gurgling gently, giving the room a perfect warmth. Many oil paintings are hanging on the grey stone walls, and the subjects of these paintings are beginning to wake up themselves. All of the other beds are empty, and the rest of your house must already be in the common room. On each bedside table you can see piles of school books, some more dusty than others, and scraps of parchment with unfinished homework are lying on the floor. As you sit up, you see that on your bedside table is a fresh mug of hot water with a small tag on the handle. The tag reads, "A very Merry Christmas from the elves of the castle. Before you take your first sip, imagine the drink that you most desire this morning, and then bring the cup to your lips." You do as the note tells you, and begin to taste your delicious morning drink. You sit comfortably, drink in hand, as your eyes wander around the room, taking in the beautiful wooden panels, the old stone pillars, the Christmas decorations, and the small castle windows with beads of snow drifting by. With a slow, deep breath, you are reminded of the fact that this is your home. The bed sheets are thick, warm, and cozy, and on a cool winter's morning like this one, it is tempting to stay here all day, simply drifting in and out of a peaceful slumber. However, you have a very busy day ahead of you, and so you decide to hop out of bed and get ready for the morning. Once dressed, you head out of your room and down the creaky wooden stairs. You shuffle through the now empty common room and out of the portrait doorway, which swings open as you approach. You make haste down the winding stone steps and through the long, echoey corridors. You know that the breakfast feast is about to begin. As you get closer to the great hall, you stop to admire the enormous Christmas tree in front of you, shimmering in a dark emerald and covered in a variety of enchanted decorations. Among these, you see a tiny cauldron bubbling on the bottom branch, a wizard's wand in the middle, casting miniature spells of different colours, and a golden witch's hat perched at the very top. The hypnotic smell of a breakfast feast is drifting out of the hall, and your impatience gets the better of you as you push open the huge wooden doors and walk inside. The great hall is full of life. You can hear faint music echoing round the room, coming from the magical band in the corner, and the endless floating candles are providing a glowing archway above you. Across the enchanted ceiling is a golden sunrise with a gentle snow falling into the hall. Many students and teachers are mingling together, even across different houses, and they chat away about the recent term, their favourite wizarding sports, and the Christmas Eve ahead of them. One or two are reading the morning paper, playing card games, or trying out new spells. There is the soft clang of dishes and cutlery as people enjoy their breakfast. And further down the long wooden table, you spot a few of your friends who are giving you a wide smile, beckoning you to join them. You head over and join your friends as you begin to fill your plate with delicious food and your goblet with a refreshing drink. You take in all the beautiful, festive details as you start to enjoy your breakfast. Just then, a rumour passes down the table that the Great Lake has frozen over, and at midday there will be an ice skating party. One of your friends mentions a special potion they are working on, which will keep the whole body warm on a cold winter's day, and they ask for your help in finding their final ingredient, the feather of a phoenix. You glance over to the teacher's table at the end of the hall, and you spot the pure white beard of the headmaster, who gives you a gentle smile with a twinkle in his eye. You see his delicate hand wave his wand, and suddenly a piece of parchment in the shape of a small bird is flying over to you. You catch it out of the air above, and as you unfold the paper bird, something falls out and is floating down to the table. It is a single red feather mingled with gold and orange, a phoenix feather. You and your friend stare at each other, completely stunned. You look back to the headmaster and give him a thankful smile. But how did he know? As the feast finally comes to an end, you follow your friend out of the great hall, the final ingredient in hand, and they lead you down a thin, secret passageway to the right. You are sure that you have never been here before. As you reach the end of the passage, you watch in amazement as a small wooden door appears out of thin air. With a cheeky smile, your friend opens the door and you step inside. The room is enormous, as big as the Great Hall twice over. It is filled with old chairs and tables, cabinets and paintings, as well as piles of old books, large wooden boxes, and old trinkets of gold, silver, and copper. You look up to see thick white pillars descending down from the ceiling, but stopping halfway, as if unfinished. There is a deep, ancient magic here, and already you can tell that this room has been enchanted for thousands of years. Your friend leads you through the maze-like room, telling you that this room is only usable for those who have great need of it. You wander round a tall, chipped statue of an ancient witch and arrive at a small clearing of smooth stone. On the floor rests a small grey cauldron, bubbling away by itself. Smoke rises from the cauldron in colours of green, blue, red, and purple. As you kneel down by the cauldron, you drop the phoenix feather above it, and as it floats down into the potion, you are met by a wave of nerves and excitement. The feather begins to dissolve, and the bright green liquid starts to stir itself into a whirlpool, changing into a deep sapphire colour. The potion settles now and sits completely still in the cauldron, like an idle lake, undisturbed and peaceful. It is ready. Your friend pours it into 2 large vials, and you decide to take just a sip to begin. Instantly, you feel a new warmth trickling down your body, from the top of your head, through your neck and shoulders, down your back, across your legs, and all the way into your toes. You cork the vial and put it safely in your pocket as you leave this mysterious room. You begin to run down the castle corridors now, your footsteps echoing through the stone tunnels. You finally arrive at the front door of the castle. It is 20 feet tall, made of solid iron with enormous circular handles. The door is slightly open, and through the gap you see a layer of fresh, thick snow carpeting the castle grounds and glistening in the midday sun. You run outside and leap into the snow, giving yourself permission to feel like a child again. Despite being midwinter, the sun's rays provide a gentle heat on your face, and your potion is working its magic as your entire body feels as though it is being warmed by a mini fire from within. You start to wander down to the lake and feel the cool, crisp air kissing your cheeks as the frosted grass crunches under your feet. Over to your right, the giant willow tree has a dusting of snow on its branches. Then the tree gives an almighty shudder. The snow falls off and disappears into a white mist as the willow's branches wrap around itself. As you work your way through a small patch of trees, you see a few of the teachers standing in a large circle on the frozen lake, gently waving their wands. Right before your eyes, the ice starts to form together, and you watch in amazement as a stadium of ice is constructed before you, pillar by pillar. At the entrance is a tall archway of ice with inscriptions carved across the top. The teachers turn to you all with a shared smile and beckon for each and every one of you to go inside. At the entrance is the headmaster, alongside the head boy and girl. They are standing beside a large bubbling cauldron that definitely smells like hot chocolate. The headmaster calls you over, that familiar mischievous glint in his eye. "I wonder if I might have a drop of that lovely potion you made, just to keep an old man warm at Christmas." He did provide the final ingredient after all, so you take the vial from your pocket and hand it over. He takes a small sip, and you see his whole face soften. "Simply wonderful," he adds with a satisfied smile. Then he removes the lid of the cauldron, and you share a knowing smile as he adds the rest of the potion to the hot chocolate. The head girl spoons a ladle of chocolate into a tall tankard and hands it over to you. You enter the stadium of ice as the other students queue for their newly enchanted hot chocolate. As you emerge from the archway, you see an oval arena held up by huge pillars of ice, and across the arena are hundreds of seats, all of which are carved from ice, but are covered with soft blankets. There are powerful enchantments at work here, and you can feel the magic in the air. In the four corners of the arena, hanging from the top of the pillars, are the flags of each wizarding house. As your gaze wanders around the stadium, you take in the sapphire and grey, the crimson and gold, the emerald and silver, and the yellow and black decorations strung all around. Their colours seem brighter than usual. The ice rink in the middle looks perfectly smooth, like a layer of blue silk. You take the small walkway around the outside of the rink and find a seat amongst the rest of your house. A few students have already taken to the ice and start to skate around the arena, laughing and joking as they find their feet. Other students and teachers begin to cast magical spells, and suddenly bright blue spectrals appear from their wands, taking the form of their spirit animals. The animals join in the festivities. They gallop around the arena, jump over their caster's head, and begin playing together. If you like, you can summon yours now too. You know the spell. A stream of blue emerges from your wand and takes the shape of your favorite animal. As you watch your animal join in with the others, you feel a sense of comfort washing over you, and you cannot help but smile. And now a few of your friends are getting ready to go onto the ice. You are hesitant at first, but one of your friends kneels down and casts a quiet enchantment on your skates. This is very advanced magic, and for as long as you wear these skates today, it will be impossible to fall. You are met by a new confidence as you pull your skates on and head out onto the rink. The soft breeze is refreshing on your skin, but your entire body is warm and your feet are steady. You skate at whatever pace you are comfortable with. As you glide around the rink, you see instruments sculpted from the ice, playing by themselves. A soothing, hypnotic melody weaves through the air, one that only adds to the enchantment and wonder. As you are skating, you pass by couples dancing on the ice together, students playing games, and the bright blue animals mingling amongst all of the action. you give yourself permission to surrender to all of the magic that surrounds you and to embrace this feeling of complete freedom. As mid-afternoon approaches, there is an announcement from the teachers. There will be a spontaneous trip into the nearby wizarding village. There you can explore the many streets and taverns and shop to your heart's content. Gradually now, everyone begins to file out of the ice rink and back into the snow-covered grounds of the castle. As a special treat, the headmaster has arranged for magic sledges to take you into the village, and you watch them racing up the hill towards you. A small wooden sledge slides up to your feet and slowly turns itself around, ready for you to take a seat. You get yourself comfortable on your sledge and hold onto the rope in front of you. The sledge wiggles with excitement, and in the next moment it sets off down the embankment along with all the others as you make your way to the village. The sledge steers by itself, but you can control the speed by using the rope in your hands. You might decide to race one of your friends, or instead coast along nicely at your own pace. As you reach the bottom of the hill, you can see the details of this beautiful village gradually becoming clearer and more vivid. It is a small but charming village with wood-panelled buildings that have thatched roofs covered in a layer of snow, and warm yellow lights are illuminating the many windows. You see 2 tall Christmas trees acting as a gateway into the village, and far beyond the buildings are white hills in the distance. It is the perfect picture. You suddenly feel a sense of homely comfort and warmth as together you all enter the village. The cobbled stone paths have a clear walkway with piles of snow shoveled on each side. There are decorations going from house to house, which form a colourful canopy above you. Many children are playing, and witches and wizards are walking around the streets or talking outside shops and houses. In the very centre of the village, a brass band plays around a small fountain. In one shop window, you see a collection of broomsticks and wizards' clothing in the 4 colours of the different houses. In another, there are rows of potion bottles, bubbling cauldrons, and smoking pots which are stirring by themselves. Another window is full of small, furry creatures with big, welcoming eyes. One of these in particular catches your attention. It is the smallest of the group, but by far the most excited. It gazes up at you and hops around happily. You pass the window of the sweet shop, filled with multicolored lights and a grand display of all your favorite magical sweets. It looks like another world entirely. As you approach the fountain, you can hear the music more clearly. And as you pass by the local tavern, the door swings open and a blast of warm air hits you, coupled with the smell of their home-brewed butterscotch beer. The headmaster announces that you have time to visit one shop today, after which everyone is to meet in the tavern. Since it is Christmas Eve, you are feeling a little indulgent, and you decide to go with your friends to the sweet shop nearby. The little bell rings as you open the door, and you are greeted with a warm smile from an elderly man and woman behind the counter. The place is busy with many students and customers. As you wander round the store, you can smell all of the sweets and chocolate. The shelves are twice your height and lined with various coloured packets. There are mint chocolate mice, shrinking fudge, licorice wands, sherbet lemons, sizzling snowballs, pear drop popcorn, and hundreds more fantastic treats, all stacked neatly together. The older woman approaches you with a kind smile. She holds out a brown paper bag, and as it opens, a wonderful smell emerges. You reach in, take out a smooth boiled sweet, and ask what it is. A brand new recipe, she tells you. This is the ultimate treat, designed to taste of whatever flavour you are most craving. She thinks that she has finally perfected it. You focus on the flavour that you would most like to taste and pop the sweet in your mouth. Gradually, you begin to taste this flavour that you desire, and the longer you eat, the stronger it becomes. It is a weird but wonderful experience, and you are met by a sudden tranquility flowing through your body. As the sweet finally dissolves, you are left with the simple feeling of comfort, and you cannot help but beam from ear to ear. Just then, you look out through the square-panelled windows and into the cobbled street. Directly opposite you, in the pet shop window, you notice the same furry animal from before. It is looking at you with its big, hopeful eyes, and still hopping around, seemingly trying to grab your attention. You are desperate to go over and meet this animal, and you think that if you are quick, you might just have time. You thank the shopkeeper with a smile as you slip quietly away on your own and run across the street, you enter the small pet shop, which has a dark wooden floor, tall wooden pillars, and more traditional decorations. The atmosphere is much calmer here, and many of the animals are sleeping, and the shop is only a few minutes from closing. You can see the small animal hopping around excitedly, and as you approach it, it begins to call out happily. You hear footsteps from behind, and as you turn, you see the kind face of the shopkeeper. They walk past you, unlock the cage, and gently remove the tiny animal. They gesture for you to hold out your hand, and they place the animal in your palm. As you gently cup this small creature in your hands, it begins to purr softly and curls up instantly. Without another hesitation, you pay the shopkeeper and place your new animal on your shoulder. You hear a knock at the shop window, and there are your friends beckoning you to come outside. It's time to visit the local tavern. You walk back into the street and head over to the tavern. Tiny flakes of white land on your face and your jacket as you shield your new companion from the snow. As you push open the door of the tavern, the warm air greets you, and the smell of butterscotch beer is still as powerful as before. When you arrive inside, you come face to face with the headmaster, who has been waiting for you. It seems you are a little bit late. For a moment, his eyes are stern, and your stomach flutters with nerves. But then his face softens, and his cheeky smile greets you once again. His eyes flick to your shoulder, and he asks what you've decided to name your new friend. He gives your animal a gentle stroke under its chin, and then invites you to join him at the table, where you find all the other students beginning to take their seats. The table is made of thick, enchanted wood, and it stretches out to fit everyone on it. Dotted around the tavern are oil lanterns, and many candles float around the room or hang from the walls. A few wizards sit at the bar ordering their regular drink. Others are perched at small tables, reading a newspaper or engrossed in some wizard's poker. In the quiet corner of the tavern, a solo musician plays a gentle tune which rounds off this perfect atmosphere. Many of the workers are bringing out large trays packed full of slender glasses like mini goblets. In the glass goblets is a bright orange liquid with a pearly white foam on top. One of these drinks is placed in front of you, and you enjoy the sweet smell rising from the glass. You place the drink to your lips and take your first sip. You are met by a wonderful, warming sensation rippling throughout your body, and the sweet texture of the foam is a delicious blend with the thick orange liquid. As you enjoy your hearty drink, you join in with the festivities, the jokes and the conversations that are dotted around the table, while your new companion takes a nap on your shoulder. You cannot quite believe that this magical world is yours. You smile in the comfort of knowing that you can return here whenever you need to, and that this castle and these wonderful people will always be here for you. In the next moment, word is passed around that it is time to head back to the castle for the Christmas feast. Everyone begins to pack up their things and get ready to leave. You leave the tavern now and walk back into the street, placing your furry friend in your top pocket to keep them warm. The sun is setting now, and as you look down the cobbled street, you see the purple and red sky illuminated by the golden sun as it slowly sinks behind the thatched buildings of the village. The many street lamps provide a collection of soft yellow spotlights, guiding your journey back to the castle. Your body feels warm and comfortable, and the air is quite mild this evening. As you walk back to the castle through the snow, you reminisce on what has been a truly magical day so far. You think back to the enchanted elven tea, the breakfast feast, your potion making, the ice skating party, and your adventure into the wizarding village. And then, as you emerge over the top of the hill, you see it. Standing proud against the newly dark sky is the castle which you call home, backed by the infinite glitter of the stars. Tall Gothic towers of old but immaculate stonework are protruding from the main structure. Long windows overlooking the castle grounds are pulsing with the soft light of the lanterns inside. There are even colourful Christmas lights wrapped around many of the turrets. The new moon sits behind the tallest tower, and the sky is alive with silver stardust. Seeing this castle in all of its festive glory, you cannot imagine anywhere else that you would rather be. This place is governed by a deep, ancient magic, one that you know will always keep you safe. It is a perfect sight, and one that you will never forget. As you arrive at the main doors, they slowly open for you. One by one, you enter the castle and follow the group into the great hall. There are now hundreds more decorations dotted around the hall, and in the air you can smell cinnamon and apple, roasted vegetables, and freshly baked mince pies. Over to your right, the enormous wood fire burns and glows, warming the entire room, and all of the teachers' Christmas stockings are hanging down from the mantelpiece. The enchanted ceiling above has now transformed into the night sky, and you watch shooting stars passing overhead. There are 4 big snowmen in each corner of the room, each one wearing the colours of their wizarding house, topped, of course, with a giant Santa hat. However, it is the enormous Christmas tree that is the centrepiece of the hall, and it pulses with a hypnotic golden green glow. You cannot quite believe it, yet somehow this castle feels even more magical. You take a moment to simply bask in your beautiful, festive surroundings and to embrace every little enchanted detail. Gradually, the group begins to take their seats, and when everyone is ready, the headmaster stands up and taps his wand 3 times on the pulpit. Right before your eyes, an entire Christmas feast appears in front of you and is spread all along the tables. There is more than enough food for everyone 3 times over. The great hall is filled with a new excitement, innocent laughter, and pockets of conversation as the Christmas feast begins. As you eat this comforting and delicious dinner, you keep one eye on the desserts, ready for when you finish your main course. Occasionally, you pass a small piece of food to your new companion, who is sitting comfortably on your shoulder and taking in their new surroundings. You feel so lucky, so grateful to be here tonight. This truly is one of the most magical places in the world, and one of the most magical places to spend Christmas Eve. You know that you will treasure these memories forever. As the great feast comes to an end, you watch in amazement as all of the goblets and platters disappear out of sight, and the tables are left immaculate, just how you found them. You wave to the headmaster, bidding a warm good night as you join your friends leaving the great hall. You slowly head back up the castle stairs and through the winding corridors, feeling warm, full, and satisfied. At last you reach your common room, and the door is wide open as many people are filtering back inside. You feel your legs and body grow heavy now, and you are ready to sit down, ready to relax. You wander over to a cozy-looking armchair and flop down with a sigh. You get yourself comfortable and place your feet on a stool. The chair is filled with soft cushions, and you pull a nearby blanket over your legs. You take out your wand and point it at the fireplace. In a split second, the fire is bubbling and providing a gentle heat in the room. Someone comes over with a small silver tray of hot festive drinks and offers you a mug. You thank them with a smile as you take one. You sit now completely relaxed and slowly let your eyes flick around the room as you reminisce on what has been a perfect day in the perfect place. A few witches and wizards are sharing gifts. Others are playing different games and sharing magical snacks. You are invited to play, but tonight you are in the mood to simply sit and watch. It has been a long day after all. On the other side of the room, you spot a couple of your friends playing quite an intense game of wizard's chess. Your furry friend has shuffled off your shoulder now and is perched on your lap, fast asleep. You take this time to simply relax. It is the perfect atmosphere, and you give yourself permission to surrender. As more and more people begin to head to their room, the common area is becoming quieter, and so even more peaceful as you continue to enjoy your seat by the fire. Bit by bit, your eyes begin to feel heavy, and your body is comfortable and warm. You think it might be time to head up to bed. You take your blanket and bid those who are still awake a Merry Christmas. As you climb the spiral staircase, your animal is still asleep, curled up in your hand. When you enter the bedroom, there is a soft glow from the oil lantern, and a gentle fire is crackling. You put your belongings under your bed and pop your new friend on your bedside table as you change into nice, comfy clothes ready for bed. You shuffle under the covers and gaze out of the nearby window that overlooks the castle grounds. Outside the window, the moonlight illuminates the snow-covered grass, and in the distance you can see the frozen lake surrounded by trees and glistening in the starlight. The moon and the stars are providing their own music tonight, a soothing, sleepy symphony just for you. You feel a soft fur touching your arm, and you realize that your new friend has nestled themselves in the crook of your arm and fallen back asleep in an instant. You lie here in this enchanted bed that feels as if you are lying on a cloud. The memories of the day fill you with warmth, comfort, and happiness. And as you begin to imagine a Christmas day in the castle, there is a new excitement for the coming morning. This truly is the most magical place on earth, and it is your home. Your eyes are closed now, and you feel yourself drifting off more and more. Your body is heavy and completely free. Your mind is empty and full of joy. You are safe. You are warm. And you are protected. Your thoughts begin to fade as the magic of Christmas envelops you, and you drift away into a peaceful sleep. You are lying in bed on a cool Christmas Eve, wrapped up warm in your duvet. Right now, you are finding it a little bit challenging to sleep, and you find that your mind is distracted. A single Christmas bell rests on your bedside table, gathering dust on its dull and slightly rusty exterior. You pick it up and give it a shake, only nothing happens. You cannot even remember where this came from, probably an old toy from years ago. It is almost as old as you, and for some reason you have kept it. As you hold it in your hand, you cast your mind back to childhood, and you are reminded of an old Christmas poem. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads, and Mamma in her kerchief and I, in my cap, had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap. You find it hard to remember any more of the poem. You look at the bell in your hand and shake it again, but still nothing. Perhaps it is broken. A burning question lingers in your mind, a question that lingers in the mind of every grown-up on Christmas Eve, still clinging to fragments of childhood wonder. Do you believe? It's in the next moment that a bright golden light suddenly shines through your window. In your room, it's as if time has stood still and the night is holding its breath, waiting for a little bit of magic to arrive. And then, far off in the distance, you hear it, a train. There are no railroads nearby, but there is no mistaking this sound. The steady chugging grows louder, and you hear a proud blast from the chimney. You climb out of bed, shuffle over to your window, and draw back the curtain, rubbing away some of the condensation from the frosted glass. And there, glistening in the moonlight and backed by a falling snow, is a huge blue steam train with a giant snowplow on the front and a single spotlight in the exact middle. Your house is silent, and the other houses outside your window still have their lights off, but surely others have heard or seen this train. Something stirs in you, something you haven't felt on Christmas Eve for a long time. Excitement. Without another hesitation, you quickly put on some winter clothes, place the Christmas bell in your pocket, and race downstairs, eager to see what is going on. You open your front door and step out into the stillness of the night. The cool air kisses your cheeks, and the snow-covered ground sparkles with delight underneath the full moon. The trees stand still and proud, like silent sentinels dusted with frost. You walk round the corner and are greeted by the navy blue train, pulsing with a magical glow around it and lined with a gold trim. Reams upon reams of fairy lights are hanging in the carriage windows, warm and inviting. There is a soft silver steam drifting up from the black chimney, and the wisps ripple through the shimmering moonlight. The train sits on a long stretch of railroad that continues on as far as you can see, and there is a soft stardust radiating around it. You know that these tracks were not there before. The side door of the front carriage swings open, and you are met by the kind face of the conductor, sporting a blue and gold uniform and a rather chunky moustache. He tips his blue hat to you, and you return a smile. The conductor has an angelic and otherworldly presence, and instantly you feel safe and protected. With a deep but kind voice, he greets you. "Well, hello there. We weren't sure if you were coming, but something told me to wait just a little bit longer. Some people need more time than others." You glance to the carriage windows and see many happy and excited faces looking down at you, people of all ages. And there you see your best friend waving at you, beckoning for you to come aboard. "Well, we don't have all night," the conductor says, his kind eyes smiling. "Ticket, please, and then we'll be off." You hesitate, suddenly nervous. You don't have a ticket. The conductor clears his throat and taps his left breast pocket with a raise of his eyebrows. You check your same pocket, gasp with disbelief, and draw out the golden ticket. And with black calligraphy you see your name, underneath which is written "Round Trip to the North Pole." You hand over your ticket and watch the conductor hole punch at lightning speed. When he hands it back to you, you see one word punched in capital letters: "Believe." The conductor offers you a hand, his eyes sparkling with magic and mischief. You take his hand, allowing him to help you aboard. And the moment you walk into your carriage, the steam train gives a proud toot and sets off once again. And gradually, the magic of the train unfolds before you. The first thing you feel is a beautiful warmth wrapping around you like a soft blanket, instantly comforting you. The air is thick and mingled with old, ancient enchantments, and drifting by you is a collection of soothing smells: lavender, cinnamon and pine, roasted chestnuts, gingerbread, and even hot chocolate. The interior of the carriage is much bigger than it looks from the outside, and it's as if you have stepped into another world entirely. Along each side are rows of very comfortable-looking armchairs, illuminated by hanging oil lanterns and the fairy lights in the windows. You glance around the seats, for the first time taking note of all the other passengers. You couldn't find a more varied group of people if you tried. There were plenty around the same age as you, including your best friend, who, as soon as you lock eyes, comes running over to you, and you embrace with a familiar, warm hug. There are tiny tots holding their teddy bears, eyes aglow with wonder. The older children are a bit more reserved, but no less excited. You see parents holding hands, younger couples, older couples, and even a few grandparents basking in the nostalgia and gripping their tickets so tightly as if it were the most precious gift. This group of people all share one thing, something unmistakable: the spark of belief in their eyes. You are reminded of your Christmas bell, and you take it from your pocket and try it again. There is a slight scratching sound, the clapper scraping on the inside of the bell, perhaps, but nothing more. Belief is something that has perhaps faded for you over the years and might be difficult to come by, but all of that is about to change. Your best friend leads you down the train, and you arrive at 2 luxurious armchairs covered with blankets. You take a seat and enjoy this new sensation of sinking as the cushions mold to your form perfectly. You pull a blanket over your body and breathe a slow, satisfied sigh. There is a new comfort and peace within you, and you feel ready to surrender to this moment, to let the train carry you off to a magical world. Over to your right is a dark oak counter lined with polished brass. Behind the counter stands the conductor, stirring a bubbling pot of hot chocolate, and you marvel at how your enchanted guardian can seem to be in multiple places at once. One by one, the conductor fills a collection of decorative mugs with the hot chocolate and places them onto a brass trolley. Then he weaves his way down through the carriage, and even as he turns and moves at pace, the chocolate stays completely still in the mugs. You and your friend both take a mug from the trolley with thanks, and instantly you feel the warmth filling your hands and the irresistible smell wafting under your nose. As you sit and sip this hypnotic, velvety drink, you gaze out of the window, and this is the first chance you have had to really take in the view. The world outside is illuminated by the moon, and silver stars pepper the night. Endless rolling hills are carpeted with fresh snow. Bare trees are dotted through the countryside, each one with their own little dusting of frost. Occasionally you pass by rivers, streams, and huge lakes now frozen solid. The glow of the moon reflects off the ice, creating dazzling patterns that sparkle like freshly cut diamonds. Across the land you catch glimpses of wildlife. There are families of rabbits hopping through the shrubbery and finding shelter from the cold. A parliament of owls glides over the trees, a beautiful blend of grey, white, and brown. Now and then, their luminous amber eyes flick towards the train, shimmering against the light of the moon. Beside the train, you see deer and stag galloping along the snowy banks, and all of these creatures seem compelled to follow your journey, as if they are fueled by the magic of the train and guarding you on your adventure. As you continue to enjoy your drink and feel yourself relaxing even deeper, you share a smile with your best friend, who tells you that recently they had stopped believing altogether. They admit that they are not even sure if this moment is real or if it is a dream. Either way, they tell you they are so happy that you are with them tonight. You nod in agreement, grateful for their company too. But somehow you just know in your heart that this is no dream. The train ploughs on through the night. It does not stop. It does not falter. You know that nothing can find you tonight, and you are completely safe here. Once again, you are greeted by the conductor, the overseer of this magical journey, who is stopping by to chat with the passengers. He starts to tell you fascinating stories about the North Pole, painting vivid images with his words. Your imagination runs wild with pictures of a frosted road illuminated by candy cane streetlights and lined with houses made from gingerbread. You are told stories of the enchanted elves who live at the pole inside the gingerbread houses and who work for the big man himself. They start and end their day with a cheery song, and they use their powers to help craft the toys and presents for all the children and grown-ups around the world. The elves are treated to delicious feasts created by the magic of Mrs. Claus, and together they all live in perfect peace and harmony. The conductor's voice is hypnotic, following the rhythm of the train, and his descriptions are so colourful and detailed that you can almost taste the sweet candy cane street lamps and the rich gingerbread, and almost hear the laughter and the music of the elves, and feel the magical kiss of the North Pole wind. Everyone is captivated by his words. The children stare wide-eyed, and one or two of the older passengers are wiping away a happy tear. The train is alive with excitement, wonder, and joy. And gradually now, outside the window, the bare trees slowly transform into huge Christmas trees of fir and pine. Each tree has a collection of colourful Christmas lights, which gives the impression of a multicolored galaxy shimmering across the endless snowy landscape. In front of the train, you see two giant walls of ice with a seemingly paper-thin gap in the middle. You glance at the conductor, a slightly nervous feeling in your stomach, but he simply smiles, tips his hat, and tells you to hold on tight. Instantly, the train seems to elongate, stretching up high, and a weightlessness washes over you as you feel yourself lift just an inch or two from your chair. And then the train enters this tunnel of ice, and outside the window now is nothing more than a bright turquoise glow, as if you are suddenly underwater. Before you know it, the train morphs back to its original shape and emerges from the icy tunnel. and as you swoop down into the North Pole village, you are met by the most beautiful sight. There are the candy cane lights lining the streets and twisting in red and white, exactly as described. You see rows upon rows of perfectly crafted gingerbread houses, each with their own unique frosting on their roofs, and different sweets and gumdrops dotted throughout. Across the land, you can see beautiful ice sculptures sparkling with stardust. In the middle of the village is a landing pad with glowing lights of red and white that create the outline of a Santa hat. Behind this is the biggest Christmas tree that you have ever seen, decorated with colourful baubles, pulsing fairy lights, and handcrafted trinkets and ornaments clearly made by the elves. And perched at the very top is a vibrant silver star, keeping watch over this magical place. The train grinds to a slow and steady halt and announces its arrival at the village. From your window, you can see many of the elves coming out of different workshops, cheering and waving towards the train. You share an excited look with your best friend, and you allow yourself to enjoy this moment, to really see everything that is unfolding before you. The conductor leads everyone off the train, and one by one, the passengers head out into the cool, crisp air. As you are about to leave, you check your pocket and realize that your Christmas bell has gone. You cannot find it. Before the panic sets in, the conductor places a hand on your shoulder, and his kind eyes instantly reassure you. He tells you there is no need to worry now. It's bound to be on the train somewhere. You leave it with me. I'll find your Christmas bell. In the meantime, we don't have long here in the North Pole, so go and explore to your heart's content. You step down into the soft, crunchy snow and take a slow, deep breath in as you take in every little detail of your new surroundings. A brass band of elves plays in the village square, and the music carries with it a Christmas nostalgia. It is familiar, yet somehow new. A huge crowd has gathered to welcome you. Many of the elves are still working, and you can see some tightening the wheels on toy trains, fixing jewelry on bracelets and necklaces, or filling rows of candles with melted wax. Others carry stacks of wrapped presents, and orderly queues are forming from the entrances of different workshops, all meeting together at the landing pad. With a bubbling excitement, you walk over to the landing pad with your friend, following a line of elves with a new intrigue, and you are positively overwhelmed by all of the magic that envelops you. And just then, the landing pad opens, and rising up from the darkness is a huge glistening sleigh sparkling in red and gold. The sleigh itself is empty for now, but it is accompanied by 9 beautiful reindeer. The reindeer stand 2 by 2, and as you work your way along the line, you read their little golden name tags. There is Dasher and Dancer, Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid, and Donner and Blitzen. And at the front, leading with his shiny red nose, is of course Rudolph. After all these years, all those times you left him carrots on Christmas Eve, you are finally meeting him. You are speechless. Rudolph's gentle eyes flick to meet yours, and you offer him a stroke on the top of his head. You know he has a long and busy night ahead, but you make sure to whisper your address into his ear. In the next moment, one of the elves taps you on the arm, and they gesture for you and your friend to follow them as they shuffle quickly away in the direction of a huge workshop, made, of course, from gingerbread. Inside the workshop, the brass band fades to a low hum, and you are met by a warm, crackling fire, a ticking clock keeping perfect time, and a whole host of elves working away on the final presents. This particular workshop is focused on toys. There is a huge conveyor belt moving very slowly, and different elves are appointed at different stations. At the far end of the belt, you see a clear tube blowing down letters to Santa. The head elf takes the letters and begins to call out a present list. Then a large group of elves start to build and create all of the presents from scratch, carving and gluing wood or welding together metal or plastic. Once finished, they are put on the belt and moved along to the more artistic elves, who paint and draw the necessary colors, designs, and logos. Next comes the durability test, and these elves take miniature hammers and tap in certain parts of the toys, making sure that everything is safe and well made. From above, a handful of elves are working on electrical circuits and dropping them down for any of the electronic devices. Finally, the toys arrive at the official testers, and this is arguably the best job of them all, and it is appointed to those elves who are closer to retirement. You see the older elves now, with tufts of grey hair and thick spectacles, trying out different toys. Wooden horses, board games, consoles, remote control cars, doll houses, instruments, and much more. After each toy is tested, it is wrapped up and placed back on the belt, which takes them over to a large cart, and when full, this will be wheeled out to the sleigh. It truly is a marvel to behold this workshop and to get a glimpse into the magic. Gradually, you watch the last few toys being wrapped, labelled, and moved along the belt to the now full cart. Your best friend runs over to help the elves as they push it slowly but surely out of the workshop, all humming a happy tune in celebration of a Christmas Eve well spent. But it's then, as the elves and your friend are just leaving the workshop, that a very tiny present falls out of the cart. It tumbles and rolls all the way past you, coming to a stop at the other side of the now empty workshop. You run over and pick up the present, determined to find the elves and your friend and return it to its rightful place. As you leave the workshop, the village is even busier. The brass band plays on, and you can see many of the other travellers who came with you on the train, but not your best friend. You weave through the crowd, trying to shuffle to the front. But as you nearly get there, the whole village falls silent, and a new magic starts to swell in the air. And then the most wonderful Christmas spirit fills your heart as you see them. Appearing from behind the huge Christmas tree, you see Santa and Mrs. Claus. They are waving to the crowd and shaking hands with some of the elves. Their presence is completely magnetic, and the whole village stares in awe. Santa Claus is larger than life. His shimmering red suit glistens against his flowing white beard. His half-moon spectacles rest on the bridge of his nose, and his bright blue eyes twinkle with kindness. As he waddles over to his reindeer, chuckling away, the silver bells on his big black boots jingle gently, and with each jingle comes a fresh bout of snowfall. A gentle murmur starts to fill the crowd again as the excitement for the Christmas Eve delivery grows. Mrs. Claus is much smaller than big, plump Santa, but she is as equally charismatic. You even overhear one of the elves telling another that one year Santa was in bed with the flu, and so they were commissioned to make a fake beard for Mrs. Claus. She took out the reindeer on that Christmas Eve, laid out the presents, enjoyed the sherry, the milk, the mince pies, and so forth, and all of the children were none the wiser. As Santa approaches the sleigh, the elves put the last couple of presents in the sack, which is now filled sky high, and Mrs. Claus casts a magic spell as the bag is sealed shut. With urgency, you step forward and call out Santa's name, holding up the lost present high above you. The gathering crowd falls quiet, and the twinkling eyes of Saint Nick meet yours.
Well, it appears I am missing one present. Would you please step forward and bring it to me? I'm afraid my legs don't work like they used to.
With all eyes on you, you slowly step up to the landing pad, walk past the reindeer, until at last you are standing in the middle of the village, face to face with Santa Claus. He smiles at you through his thick beard, his eyes alive with mischief and magic.
It's very good of you to bring this present to me, but I think perhaps you should check the label.
You glance down at the tiny wrapped ball in your hand and turn over the tag hanging from it. It is your name. You look to Santa, eyes wide with amazement, and he gives you a wink. In the crowd, you suddenly spot the conductor and your best friend, both of whom are gesturing for you to open it. You tear open the wrapping and reveal your lost Christmas bell. It looks brand new. The silver shines like never before. The rust has disappeared, and you can actually see your reflection. For a split second, you could have sworn that in the reflection you saw yourself as a child, eyes wide with wonder and enchantment. Then Santa asks you the all-important question.
Tell me, do you believe?
You hold the bell to your ear, give it a gentle shake, and hear the most wonderful jingle. This is the only answer you need. You throw yourself into Santa's arms and share a warm embrace, and the crowd goes up in a rapturous applause. You realize now that this is what magic feels like if you just let it in. You are a believer. And now Santa places a hand on your shoulder and whispers to you,
Remember, this bell rings for those who believe. Keep it close, and it will keep you safe. Let it be a reminder of this wonderful Christmas Eve, and never stop believing, especially in yourself.
In the next moment, Santa floats himself up into the air and lands perfectly in his sleigh. He kisses Mrs. Claus and then waves to the adoring crowd as bit by bit his sleigh lifts off the ground and the reindeer ready themselves. His call echoes across the village now, and you stare up in wonder as you see Santa starting his midnight adventure.
now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen. On Comet, on Cupid, on Donner and Blitzen. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall. Now dash away, dash away, dash away all.
There is a thunderous applause, cheering, and even some weeping coming from the crowd of elves and visitors.
Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
You are met once again by the kind face of the conductor, who asks if you are ready for one final spark of magic. He clicks his fingers, and the world around you starts to move in slow motion. The colors blur, the details of the village are fading, and the image of the Christmas Express is greeting you. The world comes into focus again, and you are back aboard the Express, side by side with your best friend, and in your 2 luxurious armchairs. As the train pulls away from the station, the conductor gives a warm smile and tells you all, "Get yourself comfortable, folks. It's a nice long journey back home. The perfect time for some sleep, don't you think?" You gaze out of the window and wave to all of the elves who are still cheering and celebrating. You look across the village and try to take in all of the lovely little details. The train ventures back through the 2 cliffs of ice and eventually emerges once again into the rolling countryside, which is still illuminated by the moon and still covered with fresh, untouched snow and dotted with pulsing Christmas trees. High above you, a single shooting star blazes across the sky, and you wonder if this is in fact Santa Claus making his way around the globe and bringing joy to millions of boys and girls. The beautiful repetition of the train lulls you into a deep comfort. You still feel the excitement of the evening and the events that have unfolded, but you are greeted now by a new tranquility, one that comes with the promise of a restful sleep and magical dreams. You let the cushions of your seat form to your body again, supporting you in all the right places, and almost cradling you as the train gently rocks from left to right. You take the bell from your pocket one last time and give it a gentle shake, remembering Santa's words as clear as day.
Never stop believing, especially in yourself.
All through the carriage now, the passengers begin to settle down and get ready to sleep. Some people are enjoying another hot chocolate or looking out of the window, curled up on their armchairs. Your best friend offers you the sleepiest smile you have ever seen and you watch them drifting, drifting, and drifting, until at last their head drops and a gentle snoring begins. Outside your window, the moon is composing its own hypnotic symphony. This melody, coupled with the soothing sounds of the train, brings you even deeper into relaxation. You feel your eyes growing heavy, and each blink is slower and slower. As the express carries you home, you know that tonight you will be guarded by the magic of the North Pole, the moon and the stars, and of course this wonderful train. You know that your dreams will be pure and beautiful, and that tomorrow you will awake feeling refreshed, renewed, and energized. The wonder of the night is sending you off to sleep, and as you drift deeper and deeper, you allow the Christmas poem to fill your mind again, to see if you can remember it all now that you are a believer. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads, and Mamma in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap, when out on the roof there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutter and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of the new fallen snow gave the lustre of midday to objects below, when what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer, with a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donner and Blitzen, to the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky, so up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with the sleigh full of toys, and St. Nicholas too. And then, in a twinkling, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk, and laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night." Your story begins deep in the heart of the forbidden forest on a crisp winter's morning, as you sit atop your faithful unicorn, Olwyn, queen of the forest. Her mane glistens with starlight, and her pure white hair is soft to the touch. In the few months since your first adventure to this magical school, you have shared many wonderful moments with Olwyn. The two of you have developed quite the bond, and now, every week, without fail, you make time to come and visit her here in this enchanted forest. Accompanying you on Olwyn is your lovely companion, Daphne, the house elf. She sits in front of you, humming a happy tune and swaying from left to right. Daphne is your most faithful friend and has helped you so much on your journey through magic. She has filled your days with happiness, warmth, and elven enchantment, and for that you are eternally grateful. To your right, another unicorn rides alongside you, a fraction smaller than Olwyn, and perched on top sits your best friend, who has been by your side since the very beginning of this enchanting adventure. The two of you share a quiet, knowing smile, the kind shared between very old friends, as you both bask in the peace and silence of the winter forest. All around you, the bare branches of the trees are topped with a thin layer of snow, and the forest floor is a vast sea of brown leaves, coated in a glistening winter frost. The morning sunrise seeps through the forest, filling the land with thick golden rays that shimmer on the snow and illuminate the trunks of the ancient trees. The cool, crisp air that brushes your cheeks makes you glad for your thick, woolly hat, your scarf, and your gloves, all in the colours of your wizarding house. As you ride in a gentle rhythm, you allow your mind to wander as you reminisce on your wizarding saga and remember how you arrived here. detailed images begin to flash through your mind in a slideshow of wonderful memories. Your adventure began with a mysterious letter arriving by owl, which took you through a magical port key. And then, in a dark snicket of London, you were greeted by a black and white sleepy cat, your guardian on this adventure, who led you directly to the magical alley. Once there, you ventured deep into the vaults of the Goblin Bank, recovering your wizarding money before collecting your books, your robes, and your wand. After a visit to the magical sweet shop, you spent a cozy evening in the Witch's Tavern at the end of the street. The next day, you were greeted by your friendly giant, who led you through the Flu network to King's Cross. From there, you took the hidden entrance to platform 9 3/4 before boarding the enchanted steam train. On arriving at the school, you took the famous boats across the lake, and this is when you first laid eyes on the castle that you now call home. You can still remember the Gothic towers standing proud against a backdrop of starlight, illuminated by the silver glow of the moon. Inside the castle came the sorting ceremony, where you and your best friend were both placed into the same wizarding house. And after a feast to remember, you finally got to stay in your house common room. On the first day of lessons, you made friends with the lovely house elf Daphne, who has been by your side ever since. Before lessons began, you were summoned to the headmaster's office, and there he gave you the gift of your very first broomstick. Then came your first flying lesson. You remember soaring above the castle, over the forbidden forest, and across the vast grounds of the school, guarded by the headmaster's phoenix. You went on to study the art of transfiguration before experiencing a wonderful lesson in care of magical creatures, and it was in that lesson when your friendship with Olwyn began. Your most recent adventure was on Halloween, where you were woken up by the smiling, singing Daphne, bringing you some of her enchanted elven tea. There was a ghostly breakfast banquet filled with festive magic, music, dancing, and delicious food. Afterwards, you endured your first potions class with the ominous potions master, scraping through the lesson by the skin of your teeth and with a little help from your trusty Daphne. After class, you ventured inside the enchanted willow tree, through a hidden tunnel underground, before arriving at the Shrieking Shack. Your journey carried you into the heart of the wizarding village, where you enjoyed a nice warm butterbeer with your best friend. There you were greeted once again by your gentle giant, who took you through an enormous pumpkin patch and back to his cozy hut. And here you were surprised by a wonderful reunion with your black and white sleepy cat. Together, you and all of your companions ventured into the forbidden forest. In this magical woodland, you were greeted by the centaurs and treated to a breathtaking display of magic. You soared above the forest and floated among the stars before finally descending back down to your giant's hut where a warm supper was waiting for you. And now, here you are in the heart of December, edging just that bit closer to Christmas. Today is a day of festive magic and wonder, and tonight you have the Wizard's Winter Ball. You can feel the fresh excitement running through you as you ponder on what your day might have in store. Your journey takes you through a thicket of smaller trees now, and Olwyn trots along the breaking bramble and the snow-kissed leaves, leading you down a winding woodland path. In the distance, you can hear the sound of a brass band humming gently on the winter breeze. And as you emerge from this hidden magical pathway, you are met by a beautiful sight. In front of you now are collections of cozy cottages with thatched roofs covered in thick snow. The cobbled paths crisscross through the old crooked buildings, and beaming from the frosty windows are colourful Christmas lights. In the middle of the street is a small brass band. Their golden instruments glisten in the late morning sun, and the precious melodies ripple through the air. Behind them stands a tall, proud Christmas tree, dusted with frost. It is wrapped in golden fairy lights and dotted with enchanted baubles. Perched on top is a huge witch's hat, pulsing in a soft gold. A small crowd gathers around the tree, swaying gently to the music and basking in the festive magic. And then, in perfect timing, a gentle snowfall begins to weave down from the sky, coating this charming winter village in a soft white glitter and kissing your cheeks with specks of cold. You take in this perfect picture and share a smile with your best friend. You hold Daphne tight, who admits that watching the first snowfall at the beginning of winter is one of her favourite things in the world. It is a beautiful moment, capturing all the magic of Christmas and capturing all of the peace and comfort of the wizarding world that is your home. In the next moment, you shuffle off Olwyn with ease, helping Daphne down with you, and you thank your wonderful unicorn for bringing you here. She ruffles her mane and rests her head on your shoulder. Her affectionate sniffs tickle your neck and your ear as you chuckle away happily. You stroke her soft head and tell her that you will see her soon. Olwyn and her companion offer the three of you a low bow before turning back together and galloping away into the depths of the forest. You take in this world around you and breathe a happy sigh as you realize that you are finally back where you belong. With a new excitement, the three of you walk through the crooked cobbled streets, passing by small crowds of witches and wizards. There is a jovial spirit in the air, and you are met by many smiles, good mornings, and even the occasional handshake from one or two acquaintances that you have made over the past months. Daphne leads the way now, and you find it difficult to keep up with her as she shifts impatiently between a fast walk and an excited run. You cannot help but smile at the innocence of your companion. You allow yourself to just let go of everything now as you take in the wonder and the magic that is completely enveloping you. Along the infinite rooftops, the chimneys puff with delight as a thick white smoke ascends into the sky, and a concoction of enticing smells mingles through the streets. There is bread baking, rich hot chocolate and mulled wine, roast dinners, and fresh apple pie. Over to your right is a small crooked shop with a dark green door. A large bay window protrudes into the street, lined with golden fairy lights. Through the frosted glass, you can see beautiful Christmas decorations filling the store. There are toy soldiers marching together, a magical steam train speeding around the shop floor and weaving perfectly between the happy customers and the excited children. There are spinning candy canes in the window, and a huge cauldron of bubbling hot chocolate perched in the middle of the shop. An old bookshelf lines one wall, filled with a collection of colourful books that are illuminated by floating candles flickering in orange and gold. You wander past a navy blue door with a golden handle and two square windows either side. In the windows are displays of enchanted winter clothes, self-tying snow boots, school robes lined with fur, mittens that pulse with a magical warmth, and thick winter scarves that when not being worn can be rolled up to the size of a penny and kept safely in your pocket. You also see old-fashioned wooden sledges, hand-carved and lined with different colours. There are collections of ice skates hanging at the back of the shop, and along the right-hand wall are beautiful winter rugs filled with deep enchantments. In the left window sits a huge snow globe 3 feet high with a magical moving scene inside. There are reindeers pulling a large sleigh over the white rooftops of the village, which is full of happy folk drifting in and out of the shops and along the snowy streets. The radiant northern lights illuminate the ceiling of the globe, causing the falling snow to pulse in a kaleidoscope of colour. You cannot help but smile at all of the magic that surrounds you. Even after all this time, the wizarding world still manages to surprise you. You journey on down the narrow street, and over to your left is a jet black door lined with silver. The windows are foggy and dusted with a faint soot. This potions shop is hardly singing with the spirit of Christmas at the moment, and through the murky glass you can see an old alchemist sitting at his desk, tinkering away with various potion pots and jars of ingredients. There are many cauldrons bubbling over emerald and sapphire flames, with colourful steam mingling through the air. Tatty old books are scattered across the alchemist's table, and you wonder how he could ever make sense of such clutter. But this place is not completely without festivity. You can see the old alchemist enjoying a warm goblet of mulled wine, and with a flick of his wand, the fireplace begins to crackle with rich orange flames, and a tiny Christmas tree bursts to life in the window, peppered with gold and silver lights. Your eyes widen with amazement, and as if seeing your reaction, you notice the old alchemist giving a very subtle smile. The next window that you pass is lined with a thick emerald garland, dotted with frosted pine cones and twinkling lights. Inside is a collection of wooden chairs and tables, filled with witches and wizards enjoying a hot cup of cocoa, tea, or coffee, and sharing some magical festive snacks. As the door swings open and a young witch leaves the cafe, you can hear the faint sound of Christmas jazz playing from inside. In one corner, a group of friends play a rather intense game of wizard's poker. A deck of cards floats above the middle of the table and shuffles itself with absolute precision before dealing the next hand. There are one or two patrons perched at the high tables on the left, sipping their self-stirring coffee or nibbling on a floating mince pie and reading their favourite book as it hovers next to them. And then you watch a very elderly wizard shuffling to the table by the window in front of you. He carries 2 deluxe hot chocolates, one of them for his young grandson, who waits patiently with an eager smile. From his pocket, the grandpa reveals 2 Christmas cookies with faces drawn on them with red and white icing. Suddenly, the enchanted faces on the cookies begin to sing proudly, which sends the young grandson into fits of laughter, and he gives his grandpa a big, warm hug. Together, they enjoy their festive singing snack, chuckling away and sipping on their warm hot chocolate. It is a wonderful thing to witness, a snapshot of pure innocence and love, Moments like these are what Christmas is all about. All of a sudden, you feel a gentle tug at your coat, and you turn to see Daphne hopping up and down excitedly. She invites you to join her at the Wizard's Tavern for a warm butterbeer, where she has a nice surprise waiting for you. You share a mischievous smile with your best friend and agree resolutely that it is about time for a warm butterbeer by a cozy fire, and together the three of you wander off to the end of the cobbled street. As you pass through the main square, there is a small chapel topped with a dusting of snow. In the next moment, the clock strikes 3 and the bells ring out. Just in time, you hear Daphne whisper to herself, and you wonder what on earth your lovely companion could be planning. Before you know it, you have left the busy street behind you and are standing on the doorstep of the Wizard's Tavern. The metal sign swings in the breeze above you and is characterized by 3 broomsticks crossing over each other. Without another hesitation, you swing open the door and you welcome the wave of warmth that greets you. A gurgling fire sits in the corner, and oil lanterns are dotted around the room, scented with Christmas oils. You can smell apple, cinnamon, and gingerbread, and the flickering candles illuminate the tavern with a soft golden light. 1 or 2 wizards are perched at the bar, flipping through today's paper, and groups of friends are huddled around the wooden tables, talking away over a mulled wine or butterbeer. Daphne leads you round a corner to a small private nook, and you beam with delight at the sight of your friendly giant smiling through his grizzly black beard. He gives you a shy wave and whispers, "Surprise," with blushing red cheeks and a little chuckle. Perched on his lap is none other than your black and white sleepy cat. They leap from the giant's knee and run up to you, giving a happy meow and a soft purr. You stroke under their chin and tickle their belly as they roll around with delight. Here is your oldest companion of this saga. It was this little cat who you saw from your bedroom window the day you received your letter. They brought you to the magical alley and kept watch over you on your first day as a wizard. You sit down at the table between your best friend and your gentle giant, and opposite little Daphne. Your sleepy cat jumps onto your knee and purrs away in bliss, having been reunited with their favourite human. In the next moment, you are met by a kind witch carrying 4 tankards and greeting you with a smile. She places down the drinks, and your taste buds tingle at the smell of this warm butterscotch beer. There is a wonderful atmosphere felt by all of you. It is that sense of peace when in the company of very dear friends, knowing that you have this time, this precious time together to simply be. The four of you lift your drinks, clink them together, and toast your friendship before taking your first sip. There is a delicious taste on your lips and a beautiful warmth entering your mouth and softening your tongue. You feel this warmth traveling down your body and landing in the pit of your stomach, and after a few hours out in the cold, this couldn't have come at a better time. A light conversation mingles around the table as your happy group reminisces on the adventures that you have shared together. You talk about your favourite memories with each person. The lovely Daphne, your best friend, and of course your gentle giant. You enjoy the sounds of the crackling fire and sip away at the warming butterbeer as you allow yourself to bask in this moment. You are incredibly grateful for your three companions. They have made your time here absolutely magical and filled your days with joy and laughter and at times mischief. Gradually, the conversation turns to tonight and the wizard's winter ball. You wonder what the Great Hall will look like with all the decorations, and you begin to fantasize about the festive feast that awaits you. As you finish the last mouthful of your delicious drink, the giant tells you that the Black Lake has frozen over and that the teachers are going to turn it into an ice rink. You'd better head over soon, he tells you, if you want to enjoy the ice while it's fresh. But to get there quickly, he adds, you're going to need some help. And with a subtle wink, your giant pulls back the curtain to his right. Your eyes widen as the curtain reveals two brand new sledges, just like the ones in the shop window. They are hand-carved and polished to perfection and topped with a big red bow. An early Christmas treat for you both, your giant says. With a happy heart, you both leap into his huge, gentle arms, thanking him over and over, until he waves a hand, insisting that it was nothing at all. And besides, this particular present is from him and little Daphne, he says. Together, the three of you turn to look at the elf. You find her swaying in her seat with an unusually hazy smile, and in her hand is not one tankard, but three, all empty. You ask her how she managed to drink all of that butterbeer, but she can only muster a loud hiccup in reply, and the four of you erupt in uncontrollable laughter as little Daphne gives a proud grin. And now, with a warm belly and a new excitement for the rest of your day, you pay the kind witch at the bar and wander out of the tavern, back into the cool, crisp air of the enchanting winter, your sleepy cat fast asleep in your arms. Your giant holds Daphne's hand and helps her to walk in a nice straight line as you continue to chuckle at your lovely friend. Outside, the snowfall has stopped, and the landscape is blanketed with a fresh carpet of white, glistening in the late afternoon sun. The air is cool, but the warmth from your butterbeer keeps you at the perfect temperature. Your gentle giant turns to you all and bids you a farewell. He has some final arrangements to finish before the ball tonight, but with a smile he reminds you to come back to his hut after ice skating, for you have left your evening outfits there, and he has also arranged a little surprise for you. But all will be revealed in time. He takes the tired, sleepy cat from your arms and carries them over his shoulder as he shuffles off in the snow, back towards his house and down the shallow hill to your left. You watch his enormous silhouette gradually disappear against the golden rays, and you smile with a satisfied sigh. The fresh air seems to have worked its magic on Daphne, who is back to her usual self and much more composed now. She stands next to your sledges and casts a powerful spell on them. With this magic, she tells you, your sledges can move by themselves and travel uphill, so they can carry you on your long journey back to the lake. She insists that you mustn't delay any longer, for the ice party is just getting started. And with that, you perch yourself on your brand new sledge, hand-carved and inscribed with your name in gold writing. The sledge gives a little shuffle in the snow, and Daphne sits in front of you. She clicks her fingers, and the three of you share a beaming smile as gradually your sledges begin to move by themselves, taking you back up the snowy hill and towards the castle of your dreams. And now you can completely let go. There is nothing left to do and nothing left to think. This enchanted sledge will keep you safe on your journey as it weaves through the fresh fallen snow, and you can simply enjoy the ride and take in the wonderful landscape all around you. Over to your right is a small patch of fir trees swaying gently in the breeze, their green needles dusted with frost. They appear to be moving ever so slightly along the hillside, as if joining you on your adventure. And suddenly, within the trees, you can see a family of reindeer shuffling through the little woodland grove and looking over at you. There is clearly a deep enchantment within these animals, and you are met with a wave of peace. You suddenly feel protected and looked after. Their huge antlers create majestic silhouettes in front of the trees, and their beautiful brown fur seems to illuminate with a faint gold dust. For a moment, you think you might be imagining this perfect picture of nature, but as you turn to your companions, you can see your best friend smiling in awe, a happy tear in their eye. Yes, this moment is as real as the glorious sun high above you, as real as the crisp, cool snow that you trace your fingers through, and as real as the enchanted wooden sledge that carries you through this storybook paradise. There isn't a single speck of this land that hasn't been touched by magic, and you feel so lucky to call this place your home. In the next moment, your sledge reaches the top of the hill, and as you glide over it, you are greeted by the most breathtaking sight of all. High above you in the distance is the castle that you know so well. The infinite windows glisten with golden lights, and the towers stand proud and mighty, topped with blankets of white. Instantly, this castle evokes a feeling of comfort unlike anything that you have felt before. You have dreamt of this place for as long as you can remember, and now here you are, living your dreams. You know that no matter where life takes you, you can always come back to this castle of wonder, to bask in the beauty of magic, and to be at one with the wonderful wizarding world. And now, edging closer to you, is the huge black lake, completely frozen over and transformed from dark black to a rich sapphire. Students and teachers alike are already enjoying the festivities. Groups of witches and wizards are playing in the snow, skating on the lake, and having snowball fights on the hill. You turn back and steal one final glance at the family of reindeer, still watching over you and still mingled among the frosted fir trees. Bit by bit, this perfect picture begins to fade, and you approach the hustle and bustle of the ice skating party as all of the faces become clearer. Many of the students you recognize and know very well now. Some of them turn to you with a smile and a wave, happy to see you and excited for you to join in the fun. Slowly now, your sledges come to a stop, and you thank Daphne for that wonderful journey. She gives a proud smile and reminds you that she will always be there for you and has many more tricks up her sleeve yet. With a new excitement, you and your friend take out your wands and cast a powerful but complicated charm on your feet. Suddenly, your feet hum with a warm, tingling sensation, and you watch a pair of ice skates begin to take the place of your shoes. A thick leather in your favorite color wraps around the back of your heel, up your ankle, and around your toes. As the laces begin to tie by themselves, you see a shimmering silver blade form on the soles of your boots. Not only are these skates your own magical creation, but they are also filled with a deep enchantment, an enchantment that will allow you to skate in complete freedom, never slipping or falling, and giving you abilities on the ice that you may never have had before. Without another hesitation, you climb to your feet and shuffle on to the rink. Slow and steady, you begin to gracefully glide along the frost-kissed sapphire, and already a beautiful freedom is washing over you. The lovely Daphne has already set off on her own skates and is whizzing round the ice like a little lightning bolt, having very wholesome interactions with many of the students. She is helping those who are struggling to keep their balance and performing tricks with some of the more experienced skaters. Every now and then she catches your eye and gives you a proud, beaming smile. You soar around the lake now, completely at ease in your own little world and completely at one with the ice. You pass by many of your friends and share a sweeping moment with some of them, spinning round on the ice, laughing together, or trying out silly dance moves. Many of the teachers are surrounding the lake, keeping watch over the proceedings, with one or two even joining in. All of a sudden, the teachers begin to cast their combined magic, and they turn this huge frozen lake into a winter wonderland. Ice sculptures are lifting from the lake, decorated with pulsing lights and Christmas garlands. There are dolphins of pure ice ascending in a crystal blue above you and reflecting the golden sun in a ripple of colour. You watch a frost giant being carved before your eyes in impeccable detail. There are crystal eagles flying above you, beating their wings of ice and gliding over the landscape. There is a long arched bridge lifting from the surface, made from bricks of blue ice, and students try to slide up and over it as quick as they can. You see a huge elephant emerge from the ice, and collections of deer carving by themselves. You slowly glide around the endless sculptures and take in this new world that has been created just for you. If you were not here in this moment, you would never believe the magic that is unfolding before your eyes. It's as if you have stumbled into an enchanted winter garden filled with colourful decorations, intricate ice sculptures, and an enormous Christmas tree in the exact middle, rippling in emerald, silver, and gold. Just then, you catch a glimpse of the firm-faced potions master watching on from afar, without even the hint of a smile. But there is something about him, and you notice that he is muttering a low spell to himself, with his eyes darting around the ice. As you follow his gaze, you see that tiny cracks are beginning to form on the ice rink, but as the professor casts his spell, the cracks repair themselves and seal up stronger than ever. With a smile, you realize that he is keeping this entire party safe and looking after each and every one of you. His dark, stoic exterior may never reveal this, but you know now that he cares deeply about all the students here, and suddenly you feel comforted by his presence. A new warmth fills your heart, and you feel as though you have been let in on a hidden secret about your potions professor. You decide that to respect his privacy, you will keep this little secret to yourself. In the next moment, you are joined by your best friend and by Daphne, both of whom greet you with a wide smile as you swirl together on the ice. And then you and your best friend lift Daphne up and place her on one shoulder each. The two of you begin to glide around the winter garden and slide over the ice bridge as fast as you can, with your lovely companion perched on your shoulders, chuckling away happily. All of a sudden, the sky turns from shimmering gold to a rich purple and orange. You look over to the horizon and you watch the sun and the moon meeting at the edge of the world. Together, they create a beautiful beacon that blends through the sky in all the colors of the rainbow. The mighty castle watches over you, illuminated by this enchanting sunset, and forever guarding you on your magical journey. You take this moment to bask in the beauty that surrounds you. The swirling colors, the ice sculptures, and the perfect castle of your dreams. You gaze around the happy students, the proud teachers, and the breathtaking landscape. You are so grateful for your wizarding life here in this wonderful world that you call home. And just then, Daphne whispers to the two of you that it is nearly time to get ready for the winter ball, and you should head back to the giant's hut. With a smile, she tells you not to worry, for she will take you there in a flash. The little elf holds your hand, and you feel yourself slowly lift. The world around you begins to swirl into a blur of colour as all clarity is lost and a feeling of weightlessness washes over you. As you leave the winter wonderland behind and the hustle and bustle of the crowds begins to disappear, you can hear the faint crackle of a fire growing louder and louder as the enchanted symphony of sunset fades away. You find yourself lying down on a beautiful soft sofa in the giant's hut, covered in a thick blanket. You are met by the smiling face of your gentle giant as he welcomes you back to his cozy little abode. Daphne has worked her magic once again and brought you here safely. She holds your hand and tells you that there is no need to get ready just yet, and if you would like to, there is time for a short nap. Already you can feel your eyelids becoming heavier and heavier as the new warmth envelops you like a soft blanket of comfort. You glance over to your best friend, who is already fast asleep, no doubt dreaming of the winter's ball. In the next moment, your black and white sleepy cat jumps up to join you, giving off their soft, hypnotic purr that lulls you even further into comfort as you feel yourself going deeper and deeper towards the magic of sleep. You feel a new softness over your brow and your eyes, and no matter how hard you try, it is impossible to keep them open. Your cheeks are warm, and your tongue and jaw are soft. You feel a beautiful warmth trickle down your neck, relaxing all of the muscles in your neck and shoulders. Your arms hang heavy by your side, and your hands tingle with a soft vibration. Your breathing becomes nice and slow, expanding from the belly and releasing any remaining thoughts. Your legs are filled with a new warmth that is melting away tension in your thighs and calves. Your feet tingle with delight as your whole body becomes heavy and completely free. Here you are, guarded by Daphne and your gentle giant, and enveloped in the magic of this perfect castle. You are completely safe here, and you allow yourself to just let go. You allow the sound of your purring companion and the crackle of the fire to just wash over you as bit by bit you become heavier and heavier. You can rest now. A wonderful world of dreams is at your command, and when you wake up, it will be time to get ready for the Wizard's Winter Ball, where a whole new adventure will be waiting for you. You find yourself waking up from a short nap in the middle of the giant's hut, wrapped in a soft blanket on the huge sofa where you fell asleep, surrounded by comfort and warmth. Your black and white sleepy cat sits on your lap, having woken from a deep slumber. They shuffle around and eventually find the perfect position between your arm and your hip. However, it doesn't look too comfortable. Their legs are pointing to the roof and their head is skewed on an awkward angle. But somehow your little friend is purring louder than ever and appears utterly content. You gaze sleepily around this charming little abode and take in your surroundings. There is a log fire gurgling inside a mismatched brick fireplace. Hanging from the fireplace are various pots and pans, and perched on the mantelpiece are one or two picture frames. You can see a small picture of your gentle giant standing with you, your best friend, and the wonderful elf, Daphne, and an involuntary smile creeps across your face. Thick wooden beams trace the ceiling above you and arch up into the pointed roof, which is slightly off-center. Hanging from the beams are reams of thick rope, dozens of different-sized wooden cages, and 3 lanterns flickering with a soft candlelight. There is a crooked wardrobe almost swaying in the corner of the room, and a huge wooden chest sits next to it, no doubt filled with various pairs of giant muddy boots. Outside the small window to your left, you see that night is already upon you, but with a quick glance to the old ticking clock, you realize that it is only just 5. On the armchair next to you, your best friend is waking up too, shuffling out of their sleep and giving you a hazy smile. In the next moment, you are met by the beautiful humming voice that you know so well, and the pitter-patter of little footsteps coming around the corner and bringing with them an enchanting smell. Little Daphne beams with joy at the sight of you, and she carries a small wooden tray with 2 little wooden cups. A glistening purple liquid swirls inside, radiating a hypnotic smell. There are hints of blackberry, apple, and honey. A little pick-me-up, she whispers with a proud grin, one of her own creations. Without another hesitation, you take the tiny teacup and finish this warm, silky drink in only 2 mouthfuls. Instantly, a wonderful tingling sensation pulses through your body, from the very top of your head, all the way down to the tips of your toes, and a new energy bubbles inside you. Slowly now you shuffle yourself out of bed and accidentally nudge your sleepy cat. They leap onto the floor and strut away into the next room without so much as a glance in your direction, their tail high and proud. Well, looks like you might be in the doghouse for that one. With a nice big yawn, you enjoy a soothing stretch and take in this perfect atmosphere as brief memories from the day flick through your mind. You think of Olwyn, your wonderful unicorn and queen of the forbidden forest. You remember the enchanting winter village with the brass band, the cozy shops, and the festive magic. You smile at the thought of the lovely grandpa and his grandson sharing a deluxe hot chocolate, simply enjoying their Christmas season together. All of a sudden, Daphne's hazy smile after 3 too many butterbeers comes to your mind, and you chuckle at this unforgettable moment. Your thoughts turn to your enchanted sledge, gifted to you by Daphne and your gentle giant, and your journey back to the castle where you were greeted by a family of reindeer. Pictures of the Great Lake and the winter wonderland appear in your mind with the spectacular ice sculptures. You feel a new warmth in your heart as you remember your stern-faced potions master secretly keeping everybody safe during the party, using a hidden spell to repair any cracks on the ice. And now, here you are, well rested after a peaceful nap in your giant's hut, and waiting to embark on your next adventure. Speaking of your gentle giant, where has he got to? As if hearing your thoughts, Daphne reassures you that he will be back very soon. He is just finishing some final preparations for tonight, and she quickly covers her mouth, failing miserably to hide her smile as her eyes glisten above her hand. Your little companion is clearly involved in whatever the giant is planning, and you are not sure if you are excited or slightly nervous. Changing the subject now, Daphne insists it is time to get ready, and instructs the two of you to stand just there, please, in front of the fireplace. Your companion can be quite bossy when she wants to be, and with a knowing glance to your best friend, you try your best to stifle a smirk. With the click of Daphne's fingers, you feel yourself lift precisely 2 inches off the ground, and you are met by a sudden feeling of weightlessness. In front of you now, the swaying wardrobe opens by itself, and floating out from the dark depths of the cupboard are 2 pristine outfits, and at the sight of yours, a new excitement bubbles in your stomach. Daphne asks you to trust her now, and you allow yourself to completely let go as you begin to rotate very slowly in the air. You can feel a wonderful warmth wrapping around you, and you watch your new outfit beginning to merge with your winter clothes. The colors mingle together and the fabrics interweave, but all you can feel is a soft, tingling sensation as if you are being enveloped by a huge blanket. In the next moment, you are met by a gentle darkness, and there is a soft vibration rippling over your head. It's almost as if you are in your very own enchanted spa, and you feel fresh, warm, and cozy. You enjoy these wonderful sensations as the magic of Daphne washes over your entire body. And gently now, your feet plant back down onto the floor. A new light illuminates your closed eyelids, and very slowly you blink them open. Little Daphne holds up a mirror, giving a proud ta-da, and you are utterly speechless at the sight before you. Your entire wardrobe has changed. Your warm winter clothes are hanging by the fire, and you are kitted out to the nines in your spectacular winter's ball attire. You feel clean and energized and ready to feast, dance, and laugh the night away. Your best friend also looks fantastic in their outfit, and you share a beaming smile, the two of you bursting with anticipation for the new adventure that awaits you tonight. You bring Daphne into a warm hug and thank her for her never-ending magic. You will forever be grateful for your lovely little friend and your constant companion. Daphne never fails to make each moment just that bit more enchanting, and you feel comforted by the fact that no matter where life takes you, this kind elf will always be around to help you, to keep you company, and to watch over you whenever you need it. In the next moment, the door swings open, almost flying off the hinges, and your giant bundles back inside his hut. A winter frost mingles on his breath, and he rubs his huge hands together as his rosy red cheeks glow against the firelight. He walks past you, slightly preoccupied, before doing a comical double take, and suddenly he cheers with joy at just how brilliant you both look. He applauds the ever-magnificent Daphne for all of her hard work, and the elf gives a shy bow. You can't be sure, but it looks as if your gentle giant has combed his hair. Your best friend notices too, and you share a secret look, mouthing the question to each other. "As a matter of fact, I have," comes the bellowing voice as the huge, shadowy figure looks between the pair of you, clearly sensing the 4 eyes staring at his slightly less frizzy hair. He gives a low grumble under his breath and flushes bright red. Not meaning to offend, you insist that actually he looks very dapper. Your lovely giant softens at this remark, asking if you really think so. Your best friend doubles down, reassuring your giant that it suits him very much. And with a loud chuckle, he brings you into a tight squeeze, letting you know that you both mean the world to him. You both mean the world. And just then, the door creaks open, with an elegance it has never known. And standing in the doorway is the wily old headmaster. His long grey beard tickles the floor, and his festive robes are pulsing in ruby and gold. He peers over his spectacles, offering only the twitch of a smile, but his eyes sparkle with mischief, warmth, and kindness. He asks politely if you are ready to depart, for the carriage is waiting. Carriage? You look to your gentle giant now, who shuffles sheepishly before a beaming smile appears through his beard, and, unable to contain the surprise any longer, he insists that you follow him. You step outside into the cool winter night, where the proud, pulsing moon stands huge in the sky, backed by an infinite cosmos of glitter. Your eyes flick back down, and perched on the path outside is a single black carriage, glistening with a soft starlight. And there, standing at the front of the carriage, is none other than Olwyn, Queen of the Forest, and your ever-faithful unicorn. You stare in amazement, and the giant whispers to you that Olwyn came galloping out of the forest while he was preparing the carriage. Nuzzling up to him she was, and wouldn't leave until he gave her the reins. Practically fastened herself in, she did. You have clearly made a friend for life, as Olwyn was absolutely adamant that she would be the one to bring you to the ball. You stroke her soft head now and meet her gentle gaze. Her eyes swim with magic, and instantly you are met by an unspeakable comfort. You know that you are completely safe here, protected by this wonderful unicorn, your gentle giant, the kind headmaster, Daphne, and your best friend. With a happy shuffle to the carriage, your headmaster opens the door for you and gestures inside. He will accompany you to the castle tonight, and he has a secret to share along the way. As you turn back around, Daphne and your giant have also transformed their outfits and are now fully kitted out themselves. Daphne carries the black and white sleepy cat inside a big, fluffy basket. Truthfully, they still look a little grumpy, but you offer them a gentle tickle under their chin, and they let out a reluctant but satisfied purr. And now, you and your wonderful crew are ready for the wizard's winter ball. From here, the black carriage looks tiny, far too small for all of you to fit inside, especially your giant. But as you step in, the interior transforms, and an enormous deluxe carriage surrounds you, with soft chairs, warm carpet, and even a small log fire bubbling away in the corner. A mini Christmas tree sits in the middle, wrapped with golden fairy lights, and the carriage is lined with emerald garlands dotted with frosted pine cones. Somehow, after all this time, this magical school never fails to surprise you. In the next moment, the carriage gently jerks, and Olwyn begins to guide you now down the rickety pathway, up a shallow, winding hill, and back towards the castle of your dreams. A quiet anticipation mingles through the carriage as you share a smile with your companions. As the gentle rhythm of the carriage lulls you into a deep relaxation, your mind begins to wander. You imagine what the Great Hall will look like, with all of the decorations, the Christmas tree, and the enchanted ceiling. You paint a picture of all the delicious food that you are bound to enjoy at the Christmas banquet. In the next moment, the headmaster shuffles between you and your best friend and whispers with a reserved excitement that it is tradition for the headmaster to give each of the students a small Christmas gift. And, well, he wanted to give yours in person. With a subtle wink, the headmaster holds out his arms in front of him, and two small square boxes emerge from his enormous sleeves as he chuckles at his own mischief. One box lands perfectly in your hand, and the soft blue velvet tickles your palm. "Well, what are you waiting for?" comes the soft voice of the headmaster. As you slowly open the box and reveal the gift inside, you stare in complete wonder. There sits a beautiful handmade wristwatch with a soft leather strap, glistening with gentle silver and humming with a magical radiance. There are intricate dials on the watch face, rotating at various speeds, and from different angles you can see tiny cogs inside the watch, all working together to bring this impeccable jewelry to life. Your headmaster admits that he had these made specially, and they are not just a pretty accessory either. Oh no, these watches hold a powerful enchantment. The old professor asks if you have ever heard of a time turner. Well, this is very similar, but not quite the same. With a few simple twists, you can use this watch to revisit your favorite memories. Unlike the time turner, you cannot change or affect the scene or interact with anyone inside. You are simply an observer, reliving those precious moments that you never want to forget. 2 clicks right and 6 clicks left should do the trick, he adds with a glint in his eye. As you strap the enchanted watch to your wrist, you are completely speechless, but you show your gratitude by falling into a tight, warm embrace, and you savor this wonderful gift. The kindness and generosity of your lovely headmaster is almost overwhelming. He is your very own guardian, watching over you and keeping you safe, and filling your days here with magic, mischief, and love. Little Daphne watches on, a happy tear in her eye, and you bring her into the group hug now. She is quickly followed by your gentle giant, who you know never passes up the opportunity for a big cuddle. You feel blessed to call all of these people your friends. Before you know it, the carriage comes to a stop, and you can hear the faint hustle and bustle outside. The headmaster announces that he must leave you now. He can't be seen to have his favourites, he admits with a gentle smile, but he hopes that you all have a wonderful time tonight. And in the blink of an eye, you watch him disappear into nothing more than a silhouette before vanishing completely. You, your best friend, and Daphne stare in awe, but your giant simply chuckles away with glee, telling you that the wily old headmaster always has a trick up his sleeve. Without another hesitation, you take a deep breath and open the carriage door, stepping out once again into the cool, frosty night on the doorstep of the castle. Outside, many witches and wizards are arriving in groups or pairs, talking away happily and laughing together. You give some of your friends a smile and a wave, and you notice that everyone is heading inside the castle quickly. With a glance at your new watch, you see why. It is nearly time for the great ball to begin. You give Olwyn one final stroke and thank her for bringing you here tonight, and you promise to visit her in the Forbidden Forest soon. Your best friend leads the way now as you head up the thick concrete steps and through the enormous iron doors of the castle that are illuminating a soft golden glow. There is an excited buzz in the air as you follow behind a gaggle of students, weaving down the long, echoey corridors that are kissed by candlelight. Before you know it, you arrive at the doors of the great hall, where a large crowd waits in anticipation. The deputy headmistress works her way through the group and stands in front of the huge wooden doors. She raises her arms and the crowd falls into silence. With a warm smile and a radiance glowing from her cat-like eyes, she insists that before any feasting tonight, there will be some organized, well-mannered frivolity. And she encourages you all to put your best foot forward and to enjoy the Wizard's Winter Ball. Right on cue, the doors swing open, and as you step through, you are met by the most enchanting sight, unlike anything that you have seen here before. The first thing to catch your eye is the enormous Christmas tree, decorated with silver and blue baubles, frosted pine cones, and enchanted ribbon that ripples gently over the branches. At the very top is a bright silver star, pulsing proudly, easily 100 feet above you. The tree is the centerpiece of the smooth, white dance floor in a perfect square. To the right of the dance floor is a ghostly band of musicians with a collection of various instruments, playing a lovely, festive melody that dances through the air. In the four corners of the great hall are enormous ice sculptures, each depicting one of the four founders of the school, and each illuminated in either red, yellow, green, or blue. They stand proud, watching over the proceedings, and where their eyes meet in the middle of the hall, there is a beautiful swirling starlight that seems to envelop the Christmas tree. The enchanted ceiling is peppered with infinite stars, and the moon beams down into the hall, illuminating the dance floor with a silver spotlight. The braziers around the hall are burning with flames of sapphire, emerald, and crimson, and the gargoyles underneath are wearing magical Christmas jumpers. The teacher's table has been turned to ice and decorated with Christmas ornaments and garlands. Your gentle giant has already made himself comfortable, and there, in the middle, on his throne of ice, sits the headmaster, rejoicing in the swelling scene around him. You and your best friend share an unstoppable grin as you take in every little detail. You are surrounded by an overwhelming beauty and filled with the spirit of festive magic. Here, in this castle that you call home, you can simply be you. Dotted around the hall are huge circular tables draped with smooth white cloth, and over to your right you can see little Daphne hopping up and down in the distance, calling you over excitedly. On the way to your table, you pass by many of the castle ghosts, all of whom seem to be in a very jolly mood, even the usually grumpy ones. The big Baron floats above you and gives a bellowing "Ho, ho, ho," and the proud Countess is already practicing her ballroom dancing as she swirls past you, whispering a quiet 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The court jester jiggles his ghostly hat off his head and removes several snowballs from it, throwing them into the air. Each one explodes in a chorus of mini fireworks, and suddenly there are beautiful pockets of colour erupting through various parts of the hall. The ghostly jester gives a proud bow and a mischievous cackle. You meet Daphne now and arrive at your table, but before you can even think about taking your seat, the headmaster stands up and the entire hall descends into a new silence. He welcomes each and every one of you to the Wizard's Winter Ball. The feast is almost prepared, he says, but first we shall dance. And with a flick of his wand, a golden stardust swirls around the room, and the musicians begin to play an enchanting melody that glides through the hall. Instantly, you are swaying, smiling, and even humming along to the tune. Without another hesitation, you take to the dance floor with your best friend and little Daphne, and you join in with the crowd of students, teachers, and ghosts who are all swirling together in harmony. You allow yourself to completely let go now. There is no time for inhibition or worry here tonight. This is Christmas, a time for joy and friendship, for laughter, music, and dancing. In the next moment, you are met by a beautiful thick snow falling from the enchanted ceiling. It peppers the great hall with specks of silver and white, reflecting in the glow of the moon. But before the snow lands on the floor, it disappears, and just before they touch your cheek, the flakes evaporate. You move in perfect rhythm, taking in this beautiful scene. You gaze around the room and watch the happy faces swirling as you all circle the huge Christmas tree. Even your potions professor is dancing, albeit very reluctantly and stiff, with the assistant headmistress, who seems to revel in his awkwardness and is almost chuckling to herself. For a brief second, the potions master cannot hide a little smirk before straightening his face quickly and reigniting his serious, stoic demeanor. Your sleepy cat is free from their fluffy basket now and perched on the teacher's table directly in front of the headmaster, enjoying a very relaxing head scratch. The kind old professor nods his head and smiles at you, his piercing blue eyes glowing over his half-moon spectacles. Your sleepy cat wears a smug expression, and their eyes tell you that there is simply no chance at all that they will be joining you on the dance floor. No, thank you, they are quite content where they are. You take in all of this wonderful magic that completely envelops you, and you allow yourself to just enjoy this time, dancing in your own way with whoever you want to, and basking in the eternal enchantment of the wizard's winter ball. As the music comes to an end, the hall erupts in a thunderous applause, led by the headmaster. The band gives a low bow before sitting down for a short break. You work your way through the hall and back towards your table, taking your seat between your best friend and the lovely Daphne. And then, like clockwork, there is a concoction of smells drifting in from the kitchen now, and you are met by the faint whiff of roast Christmas dinner. As the crowds settle and the excitement builds for the feast, you watch the headmaster stand up and tap his small sherry glass, once again bringing the room to silence. With a proud gesture to the huge double doors at the end of the hall, he announces that dinner is served. The wooden doors swing open, and an endless line of silver platters float into the great hall, bobbing in their own rhythm, and topped with an infinite collection of festive food. The Christmas feast begins to weave among the tables, and there is a new hustle and bustle echoing through the hall. Trays of turkey and beef Wellington drift around you. There are crispy roast potatoes, honey-baked carrots and parsnips. Large silver jugs of hot gravy and cranberry sauce land next to you, and the big bowl of Brussels sprouts receives mixed reactions from your table. You can smell braised red cabbage, cauliflower cheese, and pigs in blankets, while a plate of roasted chestnuts and Christmas stuffing is placed near your best friend. There are huge cauldrons of mulled wine, cider, and sparkling juice floating through the hall, and even hot chocolate for dessert. These cauldrons are accompanied by trays of freshly baked mince pies. You can see various cheeses and cold cuts stacked on 5-tier plates, with crackers, grapes, and chutney. There is hot apple crumble, Christmas cake, and pudding with rum sauce. You see trays of chocolate logs and jam roly-poly with hot custard. You take in this wonderful moment and enjoy all of the sights, sounds, and smells greeting you as bit by bit you begin to fill your plate, picking out your favorite Christmas treats. This truly is a feast to remember. As the banquet begins and the noise settles, you take your time to taste and savor every bite. The food is absolutely incredible, and many of the flavors dancing across your taste buds give you little flashbacks to Christmases of the past, and you smile at some of the lovely memories you have made over the years. You can hear the faint crackle of the fires gurgling around the great hall, coupled with the quiet hustle and bustle of conversations over dinner. With every mouthful, you feel a wonderful warmth filling your stomach. This sensation begins to tingle through your arms and legs and over your entire body, bringing you deeper and deeper into complete comfort. All of a sudden, you see Daphne appear from underneath the table, looking very suspicious. At the same time, you feel a faint brush on your ankles. You lift up the tablecloth to find your black and white sleepy cat perched at your feet, their tail swishing happily as they devour a tiny Christmas feast given to them secretly by little Daphne. You smile at the mischief at play here, and you join in by placing a very small portion of cream under the table. Your sleepy cat gives your hand a gentle sniff before lapping up the cream and purring away beneath you. You think that maybe, just maybe, you are friends again. You gaze around this mighty castle, incomparable in its beauty. The faint snowfall from the ceiling has turned into a gold stardust that ripples through the air and drifts over the tables, giving an ethereal glow to the scene. Many of the ghosts are still bobbing around the room and having lovely interactions with the students as they enjoy their very own ghostly festive banquet. The proud ice sculptures are watching over the feast, and the enormous Christmas tree pulses with a powerful radiance, casting a deep, protective charm over the entire hall. You look to the teacher's table and share a smile with your gentle giant and the deputy headmistress. Your gaze meets the piercing blue of the wily old headmaster, and he lifts his glass to you with a kind smile. You return the gesture and share a toast across the room. A light conversation mingles over the table, and you dip in and out as you continue to slowly pick away at your Christmas feast. You feel so lucky to be able to spend this festive season in the most magical place on earth with your very best friend by your side and a whole host of unforgettable companions. The frantic excitement has eased now, and you are in a state of peace and comfort. You are filled with pure happiness and childlike wonder. You are completely entranced by this magical castle and this wizarding world that you call home. And as the winter banquet finally comes to an end and you finish your last bite, the deputy headmistress stands up and swirls her wand over her head. In what feels like seconds, the silver platters have carried themselves out of the great hall, and the plates and cutlery disappear from view. The tablecloths are wiped clean and removed, revealing tables of pure blue ice, which remarkably are not cold to the touch. And as the headmistress finishes her spell, she calls for silence, and once again the hall obeys. It is tradition here, she says, to send a Christmas wish to someone who is close to you but who cannot be here tonight. She gestures for all the students to stand now and take out their wands. As you rise to your feet and take your wand from your pocket, the roof opens up and the enchanted ceiling has been replaced by the very real night sky, where high above you the constellations group together and glow in a shimmering radiance. The thought of someone special fills your heart, and you think of the Christmas wish you would like to offer them this year. Together, the entire hall lifts their wands, and as one, you cast your spell. A soft orb in your favorite color pulses at the end of your wand, before gliding up very slowly into the sky and mingling among the other wishes in all the shades of the rainbow. You stare at your orb, drifting closer to the stars now, and even from this distance, the light pulses brighter than ever. It is a light of hope and perseverance, of gratitude and of love, and you know exactly where to send it. There is a kaleidoscope of color dancing through the night and backed by the pulsing constellations. The light from the stars eases your mind, and a sense of tranquility runs through you. Looking up at this majestic display, you suddenly have the feeling that everything will be okay. You watch in a silent wonder as the glowing orb carrying your wish moves further and further away. One by one, the lights begin to fade. Your heart is full as you watch your own orb gently soften now, before finally disappearing out of sight. Your Christmas wish has arrived. You meet the gaze of your headmaster, whose watery eyes smile at you. With a sway of his arms, he gestures for you to check the time. You remember the magical gift wrapped around your wrist, and as you pull back your sleeve, your watch is pulsing in a rich silver and blue, as if calling out to you. You remember the headmaster's instructions: 2 clicks right and 6 clicks left, and before you know it, you are turning the dial on the watch. Gradually now, you feel yourself lifting up and turning around as the details of the great hall fade from view. Piece by piece, the picture of one of your favorite memories is building in front of you. It is a memory that fills you with love, with hope and comfort. There is nothing that you can change about this moment, nor would you want to. Here you are, simply an observer, remembering all the little details that make this memory so special. There might be certain smells greeting you now, and you can slowly piece together the new surroundings of where this memory took place as the image becomes clearer and clearer. Being here inside this memory brings you to a state of pure peace. This memory is yours and nobody else's. Nothing will change that, and nothing can take that away. You allow yourself to bathe in this scene and to watch this beautiful moment that you will never forget. With a happy heart, you vow to hold on to this memory, to carry it with you wherever you go, and in difficult times to let it guide your way. You embrace these wonderful feelings and thoughts as you allow this memory to wash over you. You can let go and become one with this moment of magic. You know that you can return to this memory or any other whenever you need to, and you can allow yourself to feel comforted, loved, and completely at peace. Your thoughts turn to the wonderful headmaster, and you thank him silently for his precious, irreplaceable gift. And bit by bit, you watch this memory gradually fade from view, and you feel yourself being lifted up one more time. Slowly now you are being gently lowered, and patterns of colour begin to trace over your eyelids, and the faint crackle of a fire greets you. As the colours become clearer and more defined, you realise that you are safely back inside your house dormitory, the lovely Daphne holding your hand, and your best friend by your side as always. You share with them the magic that you have witnessed, and your best friend tells you that they had the same experience. Daphne admits that when she saw you both reach for your watches, she decided to bring you straight here, away from the hustle and bustle, to give you time to reflect in peace. The three of you share a warm embrace in total silence as an unspeakable comfort fills the air. Your memory may have faded for now, but those feelings remain. Daphne gives you a smile and whispers that she would like to give you both an early Christmas present. With the click of her fingers, two identical parcels drop onto your laps, wrapped beautifully in brown parchment. Your lovely elf gestures with her eyes to open it. You pull away the paper and reveal a soft, handmade Christmas jumper in your favourite colour. Your initial has been embroidered into the top corner, and a classy design decorates the front. It is a collection of small snowflakes surrounding a family of reindeer knitted in a silhouette. Daphne admits that she made these by hand, and not an ounce of magic was used. You smile at the kindness of your wonderful companion, and together you both bring Daphne into a tight hug, thanking her for the thoughtful and beautifully made gift. And then you reveal that actually you have a present for her too. Daphne's eyes widen as she clasps her hands together and beams with delight, asking if she can open it now. With an irresistible chuckle, you reach under your bed and pull out a perfect cuboid wrapped in a dark emerald paper and fastened with a golden bow. With slightly shaky hands, Daphne pulls the bow, and your magical gift falls open by itself, revealing a brand new tea set. This is of the highest quality, you tell her, and although she already makes delicious tea, you both thought she might like some nice new equipment to work with. You watch Daphne's eyes fill as she giggles almost uncontrollably with pure happiness. She throws herself into your arms and thanks you both from the bottom of her heart, admitting that she has the best friends in the entire world. In the next moment, she composes herself and insists that you are to try her first batch of tea. She shuffles away now in complete contentment, carrying her new gift and humming happily. You share a quiet smile with your friend, and you both agree to wait until Christmas Day before you exchange your gifts. Together, you reminisce on the incredible adventure that you have had today, and you revel in the magic of the Wizard's Winter Ball. You share secrets and fantasize about all the future adventures that you might share in this world of wonder. You feel so lucky to have this incredible person by your side through this unforgettable saga. In the next moment, you can hear the pitter-patter of happy feet once again, and the hypnotic aroma of lavender greets you. Daphne reappears round the corner, smiling from ear to ear and carrying her brand new tray, topped with a handmade teapot, giving off a swirling steam. Following at her feet is your black and white sleepy cat, strutting proudly into the room and making a beeline for your bed. They jump up to join you, curl up in your arm, and drift off to sleep almost immediately. Their rich, deep purr fills you with a tingling comfort and warmth. Daphne floats your teacup over to you, which is the perfect temperature in your hands. The smell of lavender washes over you, and you feel your eyelids blinking slow and heavy, as if a new weight has been added to them. This enchanted tea has been brewed to help you enter a deep, restful sleep. It will absorb any remaining tension and melt away any lingering thoughts, allowing you to sink into a new heaviness and drift off in peace. You take your first sip, and there is a beautiful warmth filling your mouth and softening your tongue. Your entire body begins to tingle with a gentle vibration, and you feel each and every muscle begin to relax as your mind becomes completely clear. There is a softness over your brow, and your eyes are heavy. No matter how hard you try, it is impossible to keep them open. Your cheeks are warm, and your tongue and jaw soften. You allow this enchanted tea to work its magic as little Daphne takes the cup from your hands and places it on the bedside table. You lie back gently and feel yourself becoming heavier, heavier, and heavier. A beautiful warmth trickles down your neck, relaxing all of the muscles in your neck and shoulders. Your arms hang heavy by your side, and your hands tingle with a soft vibration. There is a new warmth in your chest and your belly as your breathing slows down. Your stomach expands as you breathe in this healing air, and as you breathe out, you release any remaining thoughts. You can let go. Your legs are filled with a softness that is melting away any tension in your thighs and your calves. Your feet tingle as your whole body becomes heavy and completely free. You are safe here within this castle of your dreams. You are protected by Daphne and enveloped in the magic of this hypnotic herbal tea. The sound of your purring companion and the crackling fire washes over you as bit by bit you go deeper and deeper. You allow yourself to just release. You have had the most incredible festive season here, making so many unforgettable memories, and you smile at the thought of many more adventures still to come in this magical world that is your home.